All right, welcome. If you're joining us, the Ill-Fated here, session 13, I believe. We come into it. We are in Monsag, the collective of frost giant clans that have united themselves under Nimsong, which Nimsong is no more. That has been achieved. And as such, the giants themselves are fighting, crashing down in simply put, trying to assume control. Right? King Grimar Ylfing literally dissolved into ash. It seemed that their age now catching up with them, and that they were brought perhaps to the halls of Thrym, which is something that Wolfsing Volsong and the other giants that were kind of pledged themselves to Nimsong had the eternal life, right? And that too happened in the Great Hall. You could see it wasn't just the king that occurred to, but it was others within there that had kind of this eternal life. And most likely a lot of the Jarls, the actual leaders of the clans, were also had eternal life. So it's just utter chaos. There's not a lot of leadership here. There's not a lot of things happening. So you made yourselves to Kultil, this master forger, Korvog the Hammer. And one of the things that Kultil had stated was that they are clanless. They do not have a clan. They are also if we looked at a metaphor towards cultures, they would be a sage, right? They would be someone of very spiritual and religious value that actually supersedes any sort of government established, because they are almost a bloodline that comes from Thrym. If we looked at races, they would almost be like an Ismar, right? Because they're coming through some sort of celestial or whatever Thrym, right? That comes down to them through their blood, through their descendants. That is how they're actually imbuing their weapons with magic. It's how they do their enchantments. So the hammer itself is obviously special that they use. It seems to split, it grows, it manipulates itself, changes its matter, if you will. So I will go into the recap just a little bit with the lair, obviously, because we had concluded, right, Ethrin's lair, and so we went through that, got the loot. There was a particular character that was there, two of which, anyways. There was this human that was young, silverish hair, golden, yellowish draconic eyes, had an archmage robe of some kind, reddish and black, intertwined twin dragons that came over that robe. And then there was a frail old man. Frail old man, they fought, kind of fended off the other. Then after Ithrin was slain, there was a clutching of chest that occurred by the younger person, and then they said they had enough of it, teleported away. So this frail old man introduced themselves, Magellan. They called themselves. And then you asked a question in particular. Where do we go to find answers to our prophecy? That was really how summation. And the answer was Felgate. On the Isle of the Blessed. So, could have been a very cryptic, vague answer, but actually was decent with the question that you asked, so you gave a specific answer to it. And this figure, Jello, also consulted some sort of small pocketbook in relation to that they could not give you any more answers. They did not want to risk any sort of manipulation with whatever time had in store. And then they departed. They left. So I wanted to run through those things just to reiterate, so you all had that kind of fresh in your minds. So we're starting the session here. We are waking up in the morning as we're spending the night here at Kultil's Forge. Kultil has been working on a numerous amount of items for you all. So at this stage, if there's any other items that you're looking for or anything that you would want, you can make those requests prior to leaving. I see. See Brad smiling. If there's anything that you're looking for, now would be the time. If you're looking to get other items and things. So, anyways, that's where we're starting.
Probably want a +1 rapier. Just to have it.
+1 rapier? Okay.
Man, everyone gets cool stuff, but me. Because I can't wear armor and I don't use weapons.
So Kultil is going... Kultil is going to enchant the rapier that you actually have in your inventory. So Plus
Bet.
one then. Okay. And then I think I made sure to drag all the items in that were requested from everybody the last session. So if there's anything missing, just let me know.
I just wanted the skills to make my own stuffs.
Every day it's going to be like 2 hours dedicated to making crossbow bolts now.
Mm-hmm. No,
So
it's gonna
if
be 4 hours every
What?
day because I have to make them and then I have to enchant them to +1.
He's going to be invisible, so we're just going to hear tink, tink, tink. God
In
damn it, Thanos.
his bat form with a tiny hammer.
Yeah, that's pretty. I forgot he has the Batman cloak.
Can't
So,
wait to use that.
Thanos, you've been on the shoulder, right?
Yes.
Of Cool Teal. I'm going to ask you a quick question because Cool Teal has been working through the night on these particular items for the rest of the party, right? Chanting and working through. Are you staying awake through the night and apprenticing through this, or?
Yeah, I'll probably take the level of exhaustion for it, just to be self-sufficient later. I feel like that's something Thanos would do.
So you have disadvantage on navigating through the winter? Nice.
Solid play.
Okay. So you're apprenticing and you're working through and you're studying these techniques. Obviously, the enchanting is something that you'll never be able to accomplish. This is a blood type of magic. It's innately imbued into Cool Teal. And the hammer, though, seems to have some sort of properties about it. It's essentially the smith's tools. Cool Teal refers to the smith's tools as Kulvog's hammer. He's striking through, he can go and split the hammer into two, striking through, come in to form one hammer and strike all the way almost like a maul as it comes down onto the particular item. So remember, your items are very small. So really, all you're really seeing is Cool Teal. little tiny hammers
Yep.
now. Changes the matter to make him tiny and kind of works through on the materials. Also seems to have properties working with the anvil. The anvil lights as well with these giant runes and can make the matter that they're working with larger. So it's not just the littleness can make the matter larger and then work on maybe some of the smaller details they couldn't do in the smaller form of the items. So there's a manipulation of matter that they're capable of doing here, which is similar to transmutation magic in the arcane. So you're kind of catching on that there's an interlinked vibe between what they're capable of and almost a translation into maybe arcane spells that those who are dealing the arcane are familiar with. But to Cool Teal, they wouldn't know what those are, right? This is natural for them. And so you're playing on very similar scopes of how these spells might be made.
Okay.
Eventually, as you come to learning about an apprenticing ship through the night, you are going to take level exhaustion, but in exchange for taking level exhaustion, you are going to gain proficiency with Smith's Tools if you don't already have it. In addition, as the apprenticeship slightly ends, Cool Teal finishes the items and begins to set down, puts you off the shoulder and sets you downwards. Chosen one. It's been a long time since anybody has watched me work in my forge. I will give you a parting gift. He takes and splits the hammer. One of the hammers appearing very smaller than the others. Size. But as you're capable of wielding, lowers it down towards you at the base of the feet.
Go ahead and take the hammer and bow my head. It was my honor.
I give you the piece. Kulvog's hammer. That you will be capable of making great number of things. It'll take time for you to understand it, fully appreciate its value.
fear that it's put to good use in slaying the rest of the dragons.
Hope so as well. That is where your journey takes you.
Thank you for letting me apprentice with you and see the process, and I guess we'll leave you to your work. Seems you'll be busy with the bloodshed outside.
I will not be. What happens out there has no impact on what I do.
You still supply them with weapons, though, no?
Varg spawns are gone. They will not need weapons until the summer comes. Now is the time. Up in the skies, that I will return home.
Where is home for you? Should we ever?
Grim's domain.
Well, we made the offering, and may we meet again.
Hammer forms back into a ball and sits down. The eyes and the veins still glow with the blue dazzling lights. It's towards you all. Before we depart, are there no more requests? Upon no answer, walks out of the covering forge, takes the maul, strikes shaft down into the ground. Its cackling of thunder and lightning begins to trace about the clouds. It strikes into the hammer, blinding flash of light, closing your eyes for a split second, and opening them once more. Ultil no longer there. Then on some of them drag in the tool item into your inventory.
Get that.
Okay.
And I went ahead and gave myself the proficiency and the level of exhaustion for you,
Okay.
so that we didn't have to.
It's a mystical hammer riddled with giant runes and made from the black like metal. This item gives you a plus 15 base tool bonus. It's an artifact.
Oh.
There's nothing that this hammer is not capable of manipulating.
Sweet.
Okay. At this point, we're in the morning, right? Arising. Probably advance another hour or so for you all to get breakfast and go through the interaction and whatnot. But staring around, some of the fires and smoke have kind of dwindled down, right? More are actually starting. You hear more crashing of trees and thunderous stomps in the distance towards the east as well as the south.
Well,
We head out.
yeah, it's gonna be a. Do we know roughly how long of a journey it's gonna be to get to? Name?
Uthima?
Yeah, can't remember. Not remember names.
You can make a survival check if you'd like to see as far as the journey, how many miles it might be in relation to how long it might take.
Sure, I got a plus for that.
You also, if you're proficient with like cartographer's tools or navigator's tools, that would actually be the time to bust those out. And use them. 18 with the survival check. Given the nature of how fast the wolves were moving, how much ground they were actually covering, same amount of ground, it's going to take you several days. You imagine getting to Uthima with the terrain would take you roughly 2.5 to 3 days worth of actual travel without mounts. So most likely 3 days. It could be longer, but you knowing how, particularly Thanos has moved through the terrain on the actual journey there and back, Thanos will be able to make sure it's 3 days, not more. This comes into play. If we talk about mechanics, it's just difficult terrain, right? So
Yeah. But luckily, it's a mountain.
The only reason we're not going to get lost within 100 feet is because Thanos is here.
well, there is a pass, there is a trail down into the valley. You do know that using the switchbacks, so you can retrace your steps there to get into the valley. And then upon getting there, it's not hard to figure out your direction, where you need to go. It's more about how could we navigate it without incurring difficult terrain, right? Instead of moving around certain obstacles and landmarks and things. That would hallmarks, I would say, in mountainous terrain that would be difficult to do. You know, rappelling, or if there's any sort of thick snowbanks, avalanche, right? All depends on what you want to do at this point. I know there was a talk on it was a Discord. It was talking about, we'll just kill all the giants and assume control, follow our master.
Jesus.
I don't want to mess with those things at all. Those are so scary. And Lucar's not here, so
If we killed all the giants without him, he'd be very upset.
yeah. Maybe we'll come back.
Yeah, that's
I-
what's stopping. us.
Honestly, after finding out Flame Belch didn't belch flames, he really needs a win.
Right.
Yeah, he was really invested in that storyline. But yeah, I want to head to Othema. I don't know if anyone else has any other agenda.
Well, someone should probably try and negotiate on behalf of Captain Keto. He needed more passage secured to get his people out of Hyrule.
I think we can do
possibly
that.
put in a word for that. There's also that book we're still carrying around at the Duke's. So we may want
Yeah.
to turn that into someone.
That's what
It
I was
sounds
thinking.
like
Maybe go to the
our long-
church and turn it in.
It sounds like our long-term goal is to get to Felgum on the Isle of Blessed.
Thing is, churchy
Yeah.
people tend to be kind of weird too, so I don't know if that's the best idea.
Oh yeah. Well, while we're walking, once we decide to head out, while we're walking, can I do a comprehend languages and actually read what was in the book?
The book that you got from the Duke's Manor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's what you want to do while you're walking.
Yeah.
So the journey
So we're all
itself,
making-
if you're all under agreement that Othema is the next destination, the journey itself, we're going to get into kind of some fast travel, and then I'm going to talk about fast travel rules within my homebrew mechanism wise. You understand that? But does that sound like what we're doing? Everyone agrees to that?
Pretty much.
Okay. Okay. So, you begin to leave Monsag, right? So you head across Nimsung using the bridge. Nimsung, the actual structure itself, seems to have multiple different puncture places in the walls, essentially giants being thrown through them. Tables shattered, destroyed. There's no one in there currently. Fires in the kitchens have dwindled out and stopped. No one's cooking, having any sort of community vibe happening there. Thunders of trees and crashing. No one's really moving out in front of you, stopping you, impeding you. You come to the actual exterior walls and that palisade gate. There's some of the guard that are still in line with Clan Monsag. They're still at their post, many of which have lacerations and wounds across their chests and essentially bodies of giants about them that they've been fighting. Particularly these giants, perhaps, could be on the same levels of like Wolfsong, but they're more strong and trained. They've actually been fighting dragons, right? In the community of themselves. That's why they're on guard postings. They have great bows upon the back. You see numerous arrows within the quivers have kind of been used. As the quivers themselves seem slightly empty, they see you all kind of approaching and they immediately open the gate. On doing that, they look towards you, Chosen. And then they kind of say in giant farewell. They translate that to common as well. That they don't say anything else after that, but in that they kind of go to a knee, clasp the hands across the hearts. They kind of just speak out small little blessings of Thrym to give you all hope, give you all strength, whatever task, whatever quest, whatever journey lies ahead. Small bit of humanity at the large amount of chaos that is happening. Passing through on the road, the pass, I should say, the trail, snow softly falling down, the slight overcast, the temperature is fairly cold, 19 degrees Fahrenheit, bundled up in pelts and other things and garments that you once had or have now currently, fetching those and covering over your shoulders, staying warm and safe. You begin to navigate down that pass, down the embankments of snow rolling through tundra-like vegetation of evergreen trees and small thickets, as well as game and whatnot moving about you. You're going through the switchbacks, going back and forth, and you're taking your time here. So the wolves themselves are able to scale these places. Now you're having to navigate them through, but with Thanos' help, there's no check really needed. I'm going to take the 18 survival as well. It's good enough. As far as the journey that you're taking here, working together, Thanos, you're managing and able to find these little nooks and spots where perhaps you can actually utilize to get down faster through the switchbacks rather than having to go back and forth completely, saving you essentially what would be difficult terrain into normal terrain. So you're able to kind of traverse at a normal pace through here. In addition, you're keeping stealth, right? You're spotting out perhaps large spaces of snow that would be voids within the earth that could create large amounts of snow movement and crashing of trees and things, and you're spotting those out, so you're able to move through the snow without disturbing and causing any of these large millipede insectoid-like creatures to immerse themselves, and you're also staying within areas that would be void of the creatures anyways, with the steep, sheer rock face and cliffs at your backside, noticing they only came out flat areas. You're also paying attention for maybe dire wolves, dire bears, large, hulking creatures that would be feasting, but as we come into the months here of the winter time for this particular area, those creatures hibernate. And so we're coming into an area that they would only come out if they were desperate enough to get food. And by the amount of game that you're seeing, there's plenty of food. There's no reason for them to even bother you. As we now get into the valley, we get to the end of this day. You're able to even get off the mountainside in one day. You're tired and fatigued. You've moved at a very difficult pace. You would be at fatigue or an exhaustion level increased by 1 at this point if you continue to press forward as we get into the night of this day, because you've been moving at a very quick pace to get away and trying to get into an area that's a little bit more safe. The valley floor is an okay and safe area, especially the valley floor in between that of the mountain. It's the trees of the actual mountainside press forward, and then you start having about 200, 300 feet to your south side, little saplings of trees growing as the bash of the wind and the harsh conditions of the actual valley, considering the mountain. The trees can't grow successfully out there. There's not enough nourishment, not enough things that they can grow. And there's also large amounts of ice patches. There's also, Kif Lake, Lake Kif, right? That's out there. And so you're in this very forested region, snow around you, bobcats, lynx, right, moving about, fetching for the night before they go into their own small snow hovels underneath the ground. You're perfectly capable of resting at this point without having any sort of disturbance. I'm going to talk about fast travel rules in my game so you understand that. So if we're in a situation where it's a normal journey, where there's you're not going through a difficult terrain, you're actually going through something at a normal pace, you're able to take on tasks that would be teaching each other languages, teaching each other skills, even tools. And you'd be able to interwork with each other, kind of coming to a collective of trying to become teacher and student. In addition to that, if you're wanting to read books, right, like you were saying, I want to comprehend languages and I want to go through a book, you can do that, get some more information out of something that I may have given you only little snippets of before. And so fast travel, right, going to a destination, makes a lot of sense. Normally we'd be on mounts or a stagecoach or a wagon, but since you have a ranger and you're moving at normal pace, you'd be able to take advantage of potentially teaching each other things. We also have 3 days, so it's a lot of time to work with. So at this point, when you bed down, I'll probably ask, is there anything you're doing for this night? And for the consecutive days, the 2 days here, is there anything you're doing to teach each other languages or the skills? Is there anything that you've seen one of your party members doing that you go, hey, I want to learn that from them. I've seen them do something there. That looks exciting. Or you've seen your party members speak a language that you might find useful at this point. You want to learn.
What languages do y'all speak?
I have I don't know how you pronounce it. Aaron, whatever the language for elementals are. Celestial and Draconic.
Ooh, I'm gonna learn Draconic.
I also have Draconic and Elvish, Sylvan, and Frog Speak.
Frog
Fuck
speak.
speak.
That's gonna come in clutch.
You speak Grung?
Oh, it comes in clutch, Thanos in the marshes. You know that.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, other than learning Draconic, I would also want to read that book and get as much information out of it before
Okay.
we turn
on
it
the
into
on the
anybody.
journey. Okay.
We all need to keep an eye on him to make sure he doesn't become like a crazy warlock or something.
I'll shoot him in the head. Don't worry.
So my question to that,
People-
so Varys, you're going to learn Draconic. So my question, there's 2 questions, right? So is anybody going to want to teach the Draconic to Varys?
Well,
And is
I'd
anybody
be more than happy to.
okay? And is there anybody going to learn as well? Because you can have more than one student, right? More than one
Yeah.
person can learn it.
Is there anyone not involved in that's proficient in Arcana by any chance, Tegan?
I mean,
I
I'm
am not
proficient in,
proficient.
I mean, we have 3 days, so I don't know how that would work.
So
I think it would probably take all 3 to learn. Like,
yeah, so through this fast travel journey, obviously time will vary, and if we get to a point where we're on the road for a really long time, then we can maybe learn multiple things. But this journey is only capable of maybe one thing, and we're actually going to roll for that.
Thanos, if you need something with Arcana, we can do that at a later point. If it's not like dire, if it's dire, I can do that now.
No, it's just more curiosity with the hammer and the runes that were on the. Obviously, I
can-
know what magic is, but
Well, I can identify the hammer if you would want. Like,
well, no, it's
Um,
more the enchanting process later. Since I don't have the anvil, I'm gonna have to recreate that substance or
true.
those magic runes and try to enchant something myself. So that's why I wanted the Arcana.
Right.
Having an enchanter on the team. Good.
And I know we won't have time with the teaching language part, but I'll definitely start, if he's willing, I'll start picking Thanos' brain about the merits of surviving the wilderness, that type of thing.
I was actually thinking about doing the same thing.
Like,
So-
just like while we're walking, hey, don't eat that.
I'll be over here if
Thanos
anyone
wouldn't
wants
say
to learn to
anything. He
stab
would
things.
just point. He would just point at stuff.
Just teach y'all finger signals. 3 is bad, 2 is maybe, 1 is you can eat that.
2 is maybe.
I love it.
Maybe I'm not even sure. If it's a maybe, I'm not eating it.
Never mind. I'm not. I don't want to learn anything from him.
Okay. So I
Two
have
is
I have
maybe.
I have Zeph trying to teach Draconic, and then I have Thanos teaching survival. Is that what I'm saying? So I need you both to make checks. I need Thanos to make a survival check, and then Zeph, I need you to make either an intelligence or wisdom check.
Oh, if only we had done this after the rest.
Yeah, you're gonna roll it normally here. Just
Yeah.
even
Low
though you
roll.
are exhausted, because we're in the journey. You're resting, so your exhaustion is going to be cured. at this point. Okay, so we have a survival check of 25, Thanos, and then Zeph, we have a wisdom check of 12. So right there, so Zeph, you're unable to teach the Draconic language to Varus with that check, but you're making good progress to teaching. So it's not that you're not teaching them. It's just that it's going to take a little more time. So Varus, there is no reason to make a check to receive that learning. Now for their survivalists here, Zeph and Tegan, I need you to both make survival checks.
Eh.
Okay. So Zeph with 15, you're able to learn survival, so you gain proficiency with the skill. Thanos is an excellent teacher with the 25. And then Tegan, even with an 11, you are able to learn the survival skill. Thanos is
We're
a
too
great
busy
teacher.
learning how to survive to teach me a language.
That's pretty. Yeah, I mean, we could probably constitute it that way. Yeah, that makes a lot of
Multitasking is
sense.
difficult.
So you both are able to gain proficiency with the survival skill. Obviously, you're going to continue to work on this, so it's not going to be instantaneous. Oh, light bulb. But you now are picking up on guidance from Thanos. You're also learning from Thanos as they're doing the things, and so you might find yourself almost compelled at this point to help them with their survival checks, and then working with them in the terrain. And then also, while you travel in other areas or doing other things, you might continue to plug away on that. It's the same thing with language. So if we did have a successful learning of a language here in the group during the fast travel time, it's not that you instantly understand the language. You actually will be working on like writing and reading at that point, right? Now you can speak it and get the fragments out and get the language out, but you still need to take time to really finalize that. You need time to also read and write it. In addition to that, but that stuff you can do on your own. So it's not that you don't get the language proficiency. You do. It's just that we're now going to kind of interpret it that you're learning that language on your own. Essentially, the baby bird has left the nest.
Also, I'd like to bring up, if anyone is interested, I'm very good at persuading people and very good at lying. If anyone would like to learn those.
Why would I want to do that?
Are you telling the truth?
You
Why would-
sure?
Why would
That's
I-
what I'm talking about, man. You don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually pretty persuasive myself. So
I'm just happy to have a +7 survival now. I won't get lost.
also, if we have time, I would like to identify Thanos' hammer, just to get like any aspects that like we didn't know about it, like out in the open.
If you have 10 minutes and a 3-day journey, I think we could figure it out.
Yeah,
Well,
I think
I'm
that.
saying,
I
like,
mean, he's
I
he
don't
spent
know
all that
like
time
how
trying to learn
busy.
Draconic and failing.
Yeah, I don't know how busy because I'm also reading.
He's
the
also
book.
reading a book, learning Draconic, identifying
Yeah, I don't know
hammers.
how.
This is
I
why
don't
you
know.
didn't learn anything.
I don't
It's
know.
all
if busy.
it's all making sense why you didn't learn a thing.
Yeah,
Blame everybody else. Blame the teacher.
ADHD wizard. Okay, I'm trying
He's
to do
playing
everything
League of
at
Legends
once.
over here.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, okay. So, do we know what the book says? Because I'm really
Yeah.
curious about that.
So we'll get into the book here. So, so the book itself is what's the word for it? It's not like it's not like grimoire. I don't think that's like a proper word to describe it. Because a grimoire would
Textbook?
be. I think it would be.
Demonic recipe book.
I think it would be a grimoire. I think that's the proper way to describe it, actually. So it is that essentially a manual for invoking a demon, not demons, but in particular a demon that is marked as Tam. That is a name that comes through, and also the creature that can be invoked as well. It describes as servants, Tanaruk. So there's just a change in the language of the name. And then it goes into also explaining these other creatures that are described as these combination of souls and the ashes of deceased dead humanoids that are twisted and turned into these almost avatars or visages known as the Dark Ones. And they have these imbuings and manipulation of magic, necromancy. And this goes into that. It talks about the sigils and the runes needed, right? The magic needed to do that. It also goes into explain that there's a number of souls and people that must be sacrificed in order to make this happen. That in order to create a dark one, you have to have numerous amounts of stuff and pieces to be able to do that. The actual summoning, Timber, is complicated and complex. And through this, you have a lot of Is that the little notification for Discord voice? Is that
Well, so you can type a chat in the voice
You
chat.
can?
now.
What?
Yeah,
That's so cool. I've never
Yeah.
even. I didn't even know that's a thing. I saw it coming up. People like typing. I'm like, what is that thing? Sorry, someone. What was the message there? Popped away.
I was just
You're getting feedback through Tegan's mic.
Oh.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
When this is put in motion, so what you're understanding, Varys, is that when this ritual is put in motion to summon their master, this demon, okay, it cannot be stopped by any means that is relevant to the prime material plane. There's nothing in there that states there's a stop button, right? Some sort of spell to kind of cancel it out. Particular objects needed to be found. These artifacts that seem to change the magnetism of glass and polarize it to form some sort of portal. And in order to do that, they actually have to interlink with the dimension of time, and essentially to put this world into a relation of another domain, of another plane of existence. So, when you're reading this, and something that Elise was saying is really striking true, that when this starts, it cannot stop. But it also will not, right? Even though it's not stopped, does that mean it's going to go further? Well, from your knowledge and from the writings in here, it's all in the Duke's handwriting. It's all in their words. It's like a research book, right? Scribbles and scraps. And so you're kind of going through it, and you're not finding any way that anybody would be able to take over this unless they had this book, a copy of it.
Okay.
There is a place that this points out. Very early on in the book, actually describes that there's an abandoned Clan Alderfist. Clan Alderfist, there's a trope that owned the mine previous to actual Paloriza, and it speaks that there is an old mining house about 12 miles or so south of High Rock in the mountainside. That this is the place that they created some sort of dungeon, some sort of place that they established a large piece of glass, set up these artifacts. And they were on the final stages of
And Pelu
bringing
never
forth.
told us about this.
Did Pelu know that this old mining house existed? He wasn't the owner at the time.
No, but he read the book.
Yeah, well, he skimmed it at dinner. I probably
Skimmed
read
it,
the whole
did-
thing.
Didn't read.
Right. Okay. I wonder.
Could have also been
So-
saving you from that information, being like, don't
Right.
deal with it, right? Not a really big reason to deal with it at this point. Who knows?
I wonder. I'm gonna kind of turn to the rest of the group and explain, the stuff I found out, and be like, I wonder if we turn this into the church, if they'll send paladins to go make sure that there's no, evil, uh, like people waiting there to continue the ritual, or we should just keep this to ourselves.
I think it would be.
Go ahead, Tegan.
I think it would be best if we want to handle this to handle it now. I mean, we're not going to be all of our endeavors take us further south. So this is something we want to handle. We need to handle it now.
So are you suggesting we go back and deal with it ourselves?
I'm not one to trust churches. I've seen a lot of corrupt church members and church elders. Dealt with a lot of them in my life, and none of them have ever had good intentions.
Well, I would ask you, Zeph, since you were the most knowledgeable about churches and religious life. What would y'all do if you received something like this?
I'm not. I mean, it'd probably be a religion check, but I think at least my part of the church was mostly dealt with undead and such, not so much demons.
Right.
So
Make a
more than likely, huh?
You can make a religion check if you're not sure.
Yeah, for more specifics, I think. Yeah.
17. So the first thing I'll do without a check is just going to give you some insight for the Deadmore Kingdom, right? So, if it comes to undead, they need to be vanquished, right? You need to put a stop to them. But there's a level of what you're capable of, what you can do before you pass it on to the higher authorities, quote unquote, because there's multiple different divisions, paladins, clerics. You have the Watch, the Watchful Eye. There's a couple other things in the Deadmore Kingdom. You put to the task, right, of observing and reporting. You're playing on that as far as this is concerned, right? Do we have the tools necessary to dispel something like this? Do we have any sort of artifacts that can dismantle this? Nothing in the grimoire that was described to you, in fact, actually reinforces that there's nothing that can stop it. Kind of reinforces that particular point. So you're playing off of that with a religion check of 17, that if it's a demon and there's some sort of summoning, we don't have anything to stop it, it's best to perhaps go to an authority or some higher level in whatever, with the Talthars or whatever they have that's available, that perhaps they have some sort of artifact, perhaps they have some sort of item, or perhaps they have the training to be able to dispel something like that. They might even know, right, this demon. They might even understand what this is. Let's check of 17. You would know that Tamburuk is not an entirely full-fledged high demon within the actual domain, the actual hells, right? It's more of a lesser creature, but it is still very powerful, and it's known to enslave, gather a great number of enemies that are bruteless. They're kind of brutes and ruthless. They don't really care too much about what gets in their way. So it can be very much cataclysmic if something was to happen.
So yeah, I think that would probably be like an outside consultation type situation if we had to deal with it. Cause
Yeah. Are you explaining that to the rest of us, or are you?
oh yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Like
I would say, knowing that information, I would be even more. I would be more likely to want to give it up to someone that is more capable.
yeah. I mean, given to Tegan's point though, like, well, I'm a little generally more less pessimistic regarding churches and such. It might be worth noting maybe getting getting a feel for who we might potentially hand it over to before just handing it over.
Yeah, so maybe we go to the
After-
church and check it out
Yeah.
before we give it over.
After reading the book, do you feel capable of completing summoning?
Do I feel capable? I mean,
Yes.
Is it like a step-by-step how-to
Yeah.
guide?
do I know how to complete it?
Yeah, you would know that the things that are set in motion at this stage cannot be unset. You would know that all you would need to do was consult the Dark Ones, which are these visaged avatars, and essentially take them and then sacrifice them. Pool their ashes onto the altar, into these intermixed bowls riddled with these infernal runes. Those ashes then will be crafted and glaze the glass that will begin to shift in and portal be created. It's very,
So-
very cusp.
So if you wanted to end this once and for all, we could finish it and kill the thing.
Yes, we could.
But that means we have to kill a shit ton of people.
Do I trust myself to do
The things
that?
that are the things that are being sacrificed are like shade monsters or something. They're not people anymore. They already got messed up.
Describes them as bipedal humanoids. Also states that they have the capabilities of and
They're not like villagers. They're creepy crawlies.
yeah,
no,
they're
I
not.
mean, I think
Yeah.
we could handle this. But the thing is, what if we? Okay, so what if we go make the sacrifice and we're not able to defeat this demon on our own? Then we just let out a demon and we fail to defeat it, and then it wreaks havoc.
Well, I suppose by then we'll be dead. It won't be our problem.
But I'm saying, why would we let him out when we're not 100% sure that we can handle it?
The problem I fear is that if we hand this book off, we don't know what may happen afterwards, and someone else may let him loose with the intention of not killing him. It's just a question if you trust our ability to kill an angry thing more than you trust a random stranger to
So
treat it appropriately.
maybe, okay, so this is what I'm thinking. Maybe we can go into Uthima, and I could do more research on this demon, figure out about how strong he is, and we'll rediscuss it then.
I don't.
Well, you got
I
the
think-
impression that he was a demonic nobody, right?
Yeah, I think that what. First off, this has not been completed, right? And it does not. It's obviously we're on the cusp of this being completed, and it really is just kind of a final order type situation of command. But one of the concepts here is that the Duke was the only one who had control of the Dark Ones. It was essentially the person that Tamaruk had trusted, right, their patron, to do this. No one else in this grimoire seems to have the capabilities and power of being able to command the Dark Ones to do it. Does it? And they still exist. So, when you're going through your thoughts, don't forget Elise.
I have no idea where she is.
Her
That's-
plan all along was,
Her plan was to
summon
kill
the
it.
thing and kill it. Yeah, she could very well be trying it as we speak.
It's correct.
And
So,
I'm not convinced that she could kill it, based on what I saw.
So you think we should head there now and see what's going on?
I don't necessarily have a strong feeling one way or the other. I just wanted to present it as an option. I feel it's the more final option.
Sounds like a good idea to me. I mean, make sure she's not doing something that we wouldn't want. And
You know, it's
if
rather
we
than
kill these dark, is it dark fiends? Is what they're called?
to him as Dark Ones.
Dark ones. If we kill them, but don't sacrifice them, then that would make sure the ritual's not able to be done.
A sacrifice is generally just a killing in a very specific place.
Well, I mean,
don't-
rather than traveling all the way there just to find out what's going on, we could always like contact like Paley or even Elise if we think there's a chance she might actually talk to us.
That is true. I just don't feel like Elise wants to deal with us. Is that?
I have heard of Tamruk in any of my dealings with kind of the Hag or anyone, or so.
Also, another option is just continuing on with to the theme and with the church saying, trying to find someone who basically trying to find experts rather than us who actually know how to deal with demons.
That's
Potentially,
kind of what I'm getting at.
My fear now, knowing that he's effectively a nobody, fear they may not care, and the book will just go on a shelf until someone with sticky fingers picks it up and decides to go do something stupid.
Well, that would be kind of part of the whole getting a feel for them before handing over type thing. Is if we feel like they will actually give it some weight rather than just ignoring it.
Mulder, go ahead and
Also-
Mulder, make a flat intelligence check.
Oh, this is going to go great.
Dumb stats for the win.
It's actually not stupid. It's just not smart.
15. So,
Pretty
recalling back on information stated, the Duke Umbrian Arilla was put in place by the Lord Boundfor.
Like, we should not forget that this book is our evidence stating that our actions disposing of the Duke was lawful.
Well, nobody
And in
knows
good
about that.
intent.
He disappeared in the night. The only people that know we killed him are Pelu and Elise.
That's what we assume. That's if Elise covered our tracks. We know that things were gone and that the guards didn't know what happened, but Elise has that information and could easily expose us at any time.
Well, that would be
So
her
I'm
against ours.
So I'm kind of the opinion of contacting Pelu anyway, just to get a read on the situation days after we've been gone. Like, is Elise even still there? Has she shown up?
Yeah, you have a sending.
Give sending.
Yeah.
You can check in on her.
It might be worth contacting Elise too, just to see if she's willing to communicate. I have a feeling she's in over her head. She might need help whether she wants to come. But yes, the Duke was installed by someone. I think we don't know how high up that particular church.
Right. So yeah, playing it close to the chest might be a better idea. Well, let's do that. You can contact Pelu and Elise if you want. I would contact
If we-
Pelu just to give him a heads up.
If we decide to do that, we should do it before we get all the way to the theme, because we're close to town.
Right. Let's do that
Well,
now then.
I mean,
Not
depending
by
on when
much.
we're having this actual specific conversation, I could easily do it before we even go to bed and just do multiple settings if need be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, I guess I'll contact Pelu, but what specific points should I bring up to him since, 25 words and all? Just like, how's it going? Is Elise there? That type of thing.
Yeah.
Tell him
probably.
Varus says hi.
Yeah, probably, is there any weird business going on over there? And has Elise been back?
Maybe let him know the dragon's still.
Yeah, also
Oh,
that.
yeah. I'll see if I can fit that in.
Do we even know the city's still standing, seeing as how the mountain was collapsed by the dragon and Homeboy?
It
Was
was.
it
I mean, the mountain's quite a bit away from the village.
We also sent frost giants to protect them. Presumably
That's true.
they're gone. I imagine that created quite a stir.
I don't know. Let's see.
But yeah, I'll cast sending contact Pelu.
So, what exactly are you stating in your sending spell?
Alright, so I'll just say, Hey, Palu. It's your favorite people. Just wanting to check on any major goings on since we left. How's Elise? Vera says hi.
Dragon's dead.
Oh yeah, that too. Dragon's Dead.
Oh my! Say hello to Varys for me. Nothing to note. Business as usual. Oh, and there's giants now. Thank you.
I love his passive aggressive
How
way
casual.
of saying things.
How casual. Giants thing.
He sounds so enthused about it.
He is not our friend anymore.
I actually
What if we-
wonder that.
He
What
didn't
if
even
we
mention
tell the
Elise.
giants that the portal is going to summon a dragon, and we send the giants to them?
Isn't it in a dungeon? Are they small enough to get into?
You're
They go
probably
punch a
not.
hole in it.
But yeah, he
This sounds like a really.
he didn't mention Elise at all, but he also said nothing to report. So I assume that's kind of a catch-all for nothing on her.
Yeah.
So could we contact Elise then and see if she's mid-demon summon?
That'd be hilarious, actually. So she's like doing some epic demon chant.
I'm busy.
I call her and interrupt the whole thing that took her an hour to do.
Yeah, that'd be pretty good.
She's going to hunt us down and kill us.
You idiots.
No big bad.
You absolute
Uh.
fucking morons.
So should I
Fucking
actually
hell.
try contacting Elise or just no?
I mean, it can't hurt.
It might.
It can only hurt you.
I don't know. Let's see.
Sure, why not? What should I say?
I don't know. Ask her what
Uh.
her plans are now that the Duke's gone.
Just ask her if she intends
She's definitely
to,
not going to tell us that.
Yeah, just ask her if she intends to go through with the summoning, and if so, would she like help killing the thing?
That's a good idea.
That's actually not bad.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, I'll cast sending again. Contacting Elise.
Sending's
Okay.
such a cool spell.
What are you?
Right.
What are you sending to Elise?
All right, I'll be like, "Hey, Elise, it's your favorite people. So any demon summoning lately? Need any help with that? How's it going?"
You pooping?
Whoa, I don't like that.
Roll for that one. That's not good.
Roll a wisdom saving.
Nothing.
Everything's fine, and has been taken care of. Wasn't for you, this had been dealt with earlier.
What was that
Our
last part?
lives could have been saved.
Sounds like she already killed the demon. We can be on our way.
Or at least she wants us to think so.
How
Well, then
supposed
we
to be
can-
I know it's voice only, but is it possible to try and do an insight check on, specifically on that whole "it's had been taken care of" statement?
I mean, all I can take at that point is your passive insight because you're getting the real time.
Yeah.
You have to focus on the spell and you receive it. So you get your passive
Yeah.
insight, but on it, I mean, it could mean a multitude of things. So your passive insight depends on what you're trying to do. Is really picking up on cues. Clearly, there's passive aggressive in the response.
Yeah.
They simply stated
Just a
that
little.
more lives were lost than needed to in order to stop this, and I think that's really the crux of what you can get. You know, that's kind of what they're alluding to in that message. Is one of the concepts of what they had stated was that your intrusion into the matter put a huge hindrance upon what they were attempting to do. And their mission, their quest, even though they gave you all sorts of beautiful words, they would still continue to do that. They're not going to stop simply because you come around and this happens. They're set to a task and they're gonna attempt to do it. And did they do it? Right. You can't tell if it's going one way or the other. Like what Maldor had stated, or you said. Does it mean that maybe the least was really a bad person, that they were, their insight checks and everything you did was completely wrong and offbeat, but you wouldn't know that. You just know that they're stating that whatever task they were put to, right? More lives have been lost in order to do that.
Yeah. Well,
So
mean,
so she definitely doesn't seem to think it's an issue anymore. At least that's what she says.
Well, in that case,
And-
perhaps we just hang on to the book in case we need it later for evidence. Otherwise, we just stay out of it.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea. It feels like we went in over our head to begin with.
Yeah, and she definitely still blames us for interfering with her task, but I'm not sure how much blame we can share for that, considering we still to this day don't know what that was.
We also gave her an opportunity to tell us what was going on, and she opted not to take it. So I am very unaffected by her
Oh,
inconvenience.
I mean, yeah, I think she's just being a fucking asshole. But
Yeah, like I get the frustration on her part with having these random idiots come in and interfere with something you've been doing, probably setting up for a long time.
well, my thing
But
Hated when my
obviously-
grand evil machinations are interrupted.
yeah, my thing is like obviously we were going to do something when we called her over there to get the whole story. If she wanted to give us the whole story, we gave her the opportunity. She chose not to, and we made a decision she didn't like.
well,
Like-
here the thing is this is like pure hypothesis on my part. I don't know, but like maybe whatever she's working on that involved the Duke, maybe it's something that goes deeper and higher up, and she doesn't want a chance this leaking out to those people because she doesn't know us or definitely
Which
doesn't
is-
trust us.
Which is also why perhaps we should just keep our nose out of it at this point. If we go under the radar for having assassinated a duke in his home in broad daylight, then we should just call it a day and
Yeah,
carry
sounds
about
So
like
the
it.
business.
yeah, I
Sounds
think
like
it's
good luck to me. Like,
yeah, I think it's fair to say that, at least for the moment, I think it's fair to assume that with the whole Duke killing thing, I don't think that's going to be really, hopefully, a problem. Because otherwise, I'm pretty sure Paley would heard something, I would imagine.
Yes.
well, I think we just continue our path, and if anything
Although,
else happens, we'll react
worth-
accordingly.
Worth mentioning, the new guy thought he might have known the demon just by sheer acquaintance. We may want to have a conversation about that.
Look, things happen.
What did you say that out loud, or was it just
No.
something you thought?
That was a question to the DM.
yeah,
Question to the DM.
yeah. He's just looking up in the sky, being like,
So wait,
Would
who are you
I
talking
know
to, man?
this
Who are you
guy?
talking to?
Was he one of the demons I used to roll with? Let me see.
I feel like we shoot a few beers back then.
Hey, you
Although-
never know.
although you're from the marshes of Unveiling, right?
Yes.
Yeah, to get to where we're going, we'll either have to leave from a place near there, or I don't know how to say that. It's like Ethalrin
Where?
on the
Oh.
map.
Uh,
Yeah, because we're trying to head to the Isle of
Alathan.
the Blessed, so we need to sail there.
Well, between us and the Marshes of Unveiling, there's a giant, massive army of undead.
yeah, which that was Fort Farron,
Throwing that
right?
out there. Yeah,
Well,
they're
I
at
believe
Fort
Zeph-
Farron.
Zeph is honor bound to kill all of them before we go anywhere.
Oh
So
wait,
we're gonna have to
also
get on
DM, I
Yep.
can't remember, but did I ever send to my superiors about the undead at Fort Farron? I think I did.
I don't remember you doing that.
I don't remember you
I don't remember you doing that. I don't have any note of that in my
I could've
notes.
sworn I did. Oh, I did contact
You-
them, but not about that. I think it was before
Correct.
I discovered that.
Yes, correct.
Right.
Another sending spell.
How many do I got? Let's count them up.
I mean, this would be my last slot for the same day, so.
Yeah.
We,
mean,
we
I
should
We
was
got a
also
few days.
Gauging
so-
on, yeah, we have a few days here. Obviously, we
Oh,
went
that's it. Yeah.
we went forward with what we were learning with some of the stuff, but you know, if it, I was trying to let you all kind of role play that out. It seemed like you were at a crossroads here. Of do we backtrack or not?
Yeah, I don't think we should, personally.
If Lucar got back next week and we had gone back to High Rock, he would have straight up quit the campaign. Just been like, nope, I'm out.
You know, I can see that. I can see that being a thing.
Hear me out. There's a guy named Ice Belch.
Yeah. Why don't you talk to him? Dude.
But yeah, probably. I kind of imagine like probably the last bit till we get to Athema. Zeph, like me, will probably suddenly remember and say, "Oh shit, I forgot to tell my bosses." So he'll just send off
Oh yeah,
a quick
Army of the
send-
Undead. Damn it.
He'll send off a quick because like he's only got an 11 intelligence, so he's not done, but he's still, but that's
Like,
not
oh.
his forte either. But
Yeah. He's on
So,
Maldor's level.
yeah. But yeah, he'll just send off a quick sending to at some point on the LSA, just saying we're like getting close to Thema, but information has indicated that an army of undead is at a few days further at Fort Farron.
There was also something that came to
That's
me.
what you're sending to them.
Yes.
Keep the watch, vigilant. Be aware. The Forsaken may lead them.
There was also a thought that occurred to me. If you're done with all that, I don't want to interrupt you.
Yeah.
That was it.
Okay.
That was it.
I'll pull Tegan off to the side one day while we're traveling, or while we're resting, and I'll just ask him. So those fine clothes you had, did you sacrifice to kill the dragon? Were you royalty once?
Royalty's a strong word.
I just don't know anything about you. I feel like if we're gonna keep traveling together, I would like to know a little bit more.
Remember how I said I was good at lying?
Yeah.
Easy to pretend to be someone you hate. Because you tend to pay attention to them more.
So, can you plainly state it to me? Were you pretending to be royalty? Or
Would you believe me either way?
I feel like I'm trying to have a heart-to-heart with you. You can lie to me, and I'll believe you either way.
I'm nowhere near royalty. Like I said in that cave, I was a street rat. I slept outside, hunger, cold. That's all I knew for a long time.
So I'm curious, if you don't mind me asking, how did you get those fine clothes?
Someone gave me a chance to be part of something bigger, and I took the opportunity, and basically I was trained by these people at a very young age to blend in, and the reason lying is almost a defense mechanism for me is because that's all I did was pretend to be someone else my entire life. basically.
I just feel like you should know from me that I do think what you went through as a kid is horrible. And I hope you come to trust us. I mean, I don't want you to travel with us just because you feel like you have to and then hate us the whole time.
Wait, you guys. That's
If you
just,
ever, if you ever
know,
need to talk, I'm here.
I appreciate it, man. I really do.
Then, I'd probably get back to identifying a hammer or just, reading a book or something.
Okay. So we're for sure heading to Athema at this point. Okay,
Yes.
that sounds like
Mhm.
what we've come
Yep.
to the conclusion of, regardless of what we do in Athema with the Grimoire, or if we're sending aid or whatever. But Athema is definitely the next destination, the next stop. So that's where we're going to be headed on our travels here. So, keeping with the survival check, keeping with the thing. So you're reading the Grimoire, you're going through the teachings of Varus, but the identification is only a 10 minutes ritualized cast, and that's something you're capable of doing in this time frame. The book itself, the manuscript, right, is not that large of a book. It's really just dealing with the ramblings of somebody, and you're trying to decipher that through. With your your intelligence, and taking some of the passive arcana that you have, you're capable of working through this in a timely fashion. Right? It's not very deep. It's not intense. It's just kind of. It's similar if you ever got handwritings of a doctor, right, with the medical notes everywhere, and just kind of like, what? When you go through chicken scratches.
But yeah, I would
So-
ask Thanos if he would let me identify his hammer for him.
Okay.
And maybe I can learn something about it.
Okay.
Yeah, I would let you touch the hammer.
Okay.
And he lifted.
So as you identify the hammer, there's two actual schools of magic that come out of the particular hammer. You have you have transmutation magic, so two arcane, right? Transmutation, and then you have enchantment that comes out through it. The giant runes on the actual hammer, you don't speak giants. You're unable to understand what those runes are, but they have some relation, and through the identification, they have some relation to Thrim's domain. In particular, the actual identification refers to this as Kolvog's hammer, given that there is a actual individual named Kolvog, which is someone that has not a spirit or a soul or anything, but has an essence or a presence or a touch of that upon the hammer, suggesting maybe another deity or maybe even a lesser touched or had some part in actually creating this hammer. And somehow now Kultil has it. Through that, the identification, it is, simply put, a maul. It's not a weapon. It's not used to strike and deal a deathly blow, as it's not very heavy, in the sense that when you lift it, it holds up that, okay, if this is a sledgehammer or maul and I swung this, I'd be able to kind of dent some armor in. I'm not going to crack bones. And if you struck armor, if you struck things with it, you'd create more spark action and more things that would be able to shape and manipulate metals. Beyond that, it's an artifact, so it's extremely high value. There's anything that you've experienced before, nothing you've identified or come across in the text that would relate to something of this. And then it's a plus 15, going to the kind of mechanisms of it. It's just a plus 15 base to the tool. And then it does have something in play to enchant. That's where the school of enchantment kind of comes through. The transmutation is really just shaping the size of it to the wielder. And what the enchantment magic is, it seems to be a two-part. So the hammer itself is only one of the parts. It could also, seeing Kultil work with and describing that it's their blood, it's what they're kind of bestowed with, that the actual hammer could be some way of just increasing that power. It could be something that is an enchantment to call upon that which is already there, and then using that to enchant. So from your identification, it is a little bit unclear, but you're leading on the side of conclusion that the hammer is not capable of enchanting armor and items themselves. It's more of the user that's able to do it, but it's enhanced and given bonuses through the hammer.
So I have a question for you then, if I would even know it or not. Would I know how items are commonly enchanted, and would I be able to figure out how to do that?
Any spellcaster can enchant items. So you know that anything can be enchanted. It can be enchanted with some sort of demonic, sacrificial people. It could be used with gathering the proper reagents and mixing them together into some sort of potent thing. It can be also grabbing venoms and toxins and putting them into just putting the arcane over. It could be also primordial. It could be a primal. It could be natural magic, pulling that into play. Enchanting is a very vague description in 5e, especially previous things. It's just something that is there. And actually, if you look at the description of +1, +2, +3 items, it really just says this item is enchanted by some method of means, and they give you like examples of what it would do that it's been enchanted that way. It's just super funny. So in the crafting guide that I have that you've seen, that I've showed you, and it's also available in resource in the Discord, that states on that line enchanting all spellcasters. So if you have any sort of ability to manipulate the arcane, primal, or divine, you are capable of enchanting something.
So my question, and just seeing if I would even know this, but like say like we get something we want to enchant, would he be able to channel through the enchantment through the hammer?
That's exactly what I'm stating. You
Okay.
know that
Alright,
it's the user, so the user has to have some sort of spellcasting or to enchant, but that the hammer is going to give a bonus to that enchantment.
Yeah, and I would know he's a spellcaster, right?
You've seen me cast spells.
Yeah, you've seen it.
Yeah. So yeah, I would just basically tell you all of that, and be like,
So-
you
So
You
any
should be able to
spellcaster
create your
can
own.
enchant, but with a hammer, it's a lot easier.
Correct. That's what I was referring to. Tools inside of my world. Certain individuals have very powerful tools. There's also tools you can get that can enchant tools, and you can find tools that are improvements. Beyond, like an improved tool might be a +5, right? That could be given to you by a master smith or a master trade. This particular character, Gultiel, right? This is something that is there. This is an artifact. This is a very powerful smith's tool, and it's capable of doing enchantments with the same bonus, and it's capable of doing smithing with the same.
Oh. Oh, that's huge.
Correct.
I would give it back and be like, yeah, he gave you a very nice gift.
Yeah, that's getting put on the belt so that way I can always feel it. Nope. We're not losing that. I need
Okay.
enchanted crossbow bolts.
Yeah. So now what we need is some kind of probably magical portable blacksmithing setup.
No, what we need is money because the
Conjure
the
anvil.
materials to make that stuff is still ridiculous.
Hey guys, guess what? Can I go through the tome again? Can I roll through?
It's got to be
Go
3
for it.
days, I would assume.
Yeah, I would have tried to get haste out of the tome.
Okay.
He's trying to butter up the echo.
He knows he's in trouble.
Nope.
He doesn't want to
Nope.
wake up on it.
It's not there.
What about lightning bolt? We'll do that one, and then
Ooh,
I'll
okay. Lightning bolt it is. Roll it out.
That's a fun spell to use.
It's
Yes!
there.
All right.
Yay! Make sure to keep track, by the way, of it.
Yeah. So far, I forgot to put down the ones I don't have. I think I tried. Here, let me make a list while I'm
Make it you.
thinking
So
about it.
I would suggest editing the actual item itself, so you can actually edit the item in your inventory,
okay.
and you can actually edit the description of that item, and you can just like add the things in as you go.
Oh, okay.
You see how you do that?
Okay, so yeah, where it says details.
So here, let me. So in your inventory, go to it, middle mouse click. So right now you have the description, right?
Yeah.
Of the item that comes up first. If you hover
Yeah.
over the description, there's going to be a little pencil thing to the right of it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see what you're talking about.
Click it, and you're going to come into a text editor. And all you need to do is edit this text, right? You can make little bullet points with what it is that you're learning and what you find, and just something that keeps track of it. and then you can actually hit the save button. There's a little bit of a downwards arrow and like a hard drive type thing.
Oh, okay, yeah.
See what that says? Save.
Yeah.
You hover over it.
Yeah.
It's like an old school text editor. It's really funny. Which should be changed in version 10, I think. Some of the what I'm watching as far as the prototypes of version 10 of Foundry, they're hugely revamping some of the old school type text editor, even the file organization. So it's fine.
Okay, let me do some large.
You got it. Okay.
Yep.
So is there anything else that anybody's doing on this journey?
I think that was a pretty full journey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff going on. Okay. Right. I'm gonna go ahead and delete this, and then I'm gonna put a thing here. In here. Little note of where that is. Putting it as a place or value that could be there if you go back to that place. It could be something that's a value now that you've had made friends, allies there. Essentially, it's a place you can return. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and activate the actual Othema map, and I'll be giving a description of getting there, what you're seeing, everything like that. It can be a little bit lengthy, so I'll try to make it short and sweet as best as I can. But there's complexities here, descriptions and stuff that are fairly important to really understand what you're looking at here. So a little bit of theater of mind. Activate the district sides of this, and then I'm going to go ahead and configure it so that all players can see both these maps. Also,
That is
remove
huge.
onset. So the only you should be able to see are the Arthuria continent map. You should be able to see Othema and Othema districts. So there's two versions of the map that are available to you now, so you'll be able to cycle through. If I did it correctly.
Somebody let the city planner go ham.
Huh?
Somebody let the city planner go ham.
Absolutely.
Hey, so
This thing's freaking cool.
I'm going to just pause the music. There's no reason to have ambience at this point because we're actually still kind of outside the city. And then I'm going to go ahead and change my background. Okay. So as you begin to traverse going downwards the actual valley, right, you don't find any sort of roads. You actually start finding kind of wooden signage as you traverse maybe around Lake Kif. You could step on top of it, right? You're going around it. And you eventually find the forested region of the southern Frosthorn as that forested region kind of spouts outwards. There's no path. There's just signage. So it's something that I've noted when we were on the road, on the actual caravan itself with the stagecoaches or wagons type thing there with the Rock Mining Company. But there's wooden signage that kind of guides you now. And these wooden signs are hit, bashed, and weathered, decayed, really kind of covered in by the snowfall itself as well, and so they're barely kind of outwards. But that alone gives you an accurate reading of how far that you might have to traverse alongside of the forested region, alongside the southern mountains, to get to Othema, right? To kind of have days worth of travel. There's no mileage really computed inside of the world. They're just saying this many days, right, to get there. So eventually you kind of come into a pass of sorts. This pass is very large, but it has encompassing of steep mountainsides to the west and east. This is essentially where the southern Frosthorns are split, and then you have kind of an eastern Frosthorn mountain range, and then western, right? So it's kind of where you're filtering from the valley, coming into the pass, and then you have a little bit of a groove or a place into the interior mountainside towards the west, and that's where the city is. So the city is actually built from the mountainside. It's anchored into it as the pass kind of gets wider in that particular spot. The pass is many miles wide, okay? So it doesn't even feel like a pass. But it's in that transition period where the temperature starts kind of warming up. You still have snowfall, right? And it's still cold enough, so it's still frozen temperatures. But you're getting a temperature difference, right? So the environment itself is beginning to change. In the overcast, you can see the clouds are moving a little bit slower, like the wind is dying down. It's blowing over from the coastline and coming over the mountains is really unable to create too much of an effect here. You still have a slight sound. Okay. Then you have what you're seeing at distance. With the amount of snow that's still falling, and as well as the cloud cover and a little bit of the scope of the actual planet and how small the planet size is, you have to put in context of how much effect that actually is going to have over the gradual slope of your sight lines. But you're at a higher elevation, and even then, you still have a little bit of distance, many, many hundreds of miles. You're now able to see that the level of land and the transition, you have colors of green, and you have more of a flat area that spans. You can't see the coastline, you can't see water, you can't see much of that. You only see more mountains off to your left, which would be your east, and then you have kind of the colorations and a little bit of the scope, many trees and grasses and things and greenery, right? That's really all you can see this distance. So you get to a crossroads. As the pass itself begins to widen up, you're now rounding around the actual mountains a little bit. You can see Othema in the distance miles away. The crossroads themselves have two different signage, one of which is a kind of an obelisk-like thing where it kind of stands upwards, almost like a pyramid that's been vaulted. And it's built out of this lighter granite, and this dwarvish runes inscriptions of it, and it's translated to Thulnir. And the arrow itself kind of points in a very runic-like fashion towards the east. And as you can see, there's almost like a trail that's really well kind of pointed down. The snow itself seems to have been cleared at times for wagons and other things that are very small, almost like carts. And there's animals like donkeys, mules, and goats that have traversed this path, not necessarily horses. And as you're staring off into the distance, on this particular day, on the third day, you're actually getting here roughly in the morning. So I'm going to make sure I get my time clock situated. So you're on that date, and then you'd be on that date, be roughly 10 or so in the morning, given the mileage. And you can see to the east, miles off, where the pass is quite large, kind of in the central of it, you notice that there are movements of shadows in switchbacks of the mountainside as they get onto a ridgeline and then disappear into a kind of a crevasse or a path that is beginning to form elevation feet of about 800 to 900 feet into the mountains. And you see the dots in the shadows of figures moving on the white backdrop of the snow. You can also see some of those figures many miles away from you that have come off of that, heading in your direction of west, heading for the crossroads, with mules, donkeys, goats, carts, and they're low-statured figures, none of which are crazy tall, and they're also stocky, it seems. Relating to races that you've seen, these look like dwarfs. Some of your passive perceptions, you're getting a little bit more details of what they seem to be carrying, maybe objects up on their shoulders. They have backpacks on, right? And they're moving themselves too. You also see children, dwarvish children. So there's even lower stature figures. They're holding the hands. Can't really tell too much other details beyond that. Then there's another sign, and this sign is kind of a wooden posting. It's been rock walled up to kind of brace itself, get it out of the elements of the snow that kind of penetrate and bed it down. And the sign posting itself has two different locations that it's really kind of calling to. It says the Northern Gorn Valley, and it gives you a time frame of in days that reaches the Northern Gorn Valley, which is about a day and a half. And then it says underneath that Fort Farron, which is the next destination of this road as it transitions to. Okay. And then you have another on the sign, same side as posted, is weather decayed at the stage, right? And that begins to post towards the west, and that says Othema, and that says relevance of time in the matter of hours of actual journey from your current location. So you go to the right, to the west, because that is where this is taking you. There isn't a cobbled path, there isn't a road per se. It is just trampled down snow. And as closer you get to the actual city, the more streamlined the path actually becomes, the more signage there is actually forming of these stone almost pillars that are kind of rocks that just can kind of put together to almost note, hey, this is where the trail or the road is going. And then that kind of transitions to rock and dirt. Similar fashion, there's little houses and hovels and other things that are out here. There's evergreen trees and thickets that are now kind of protruding from the mountainside, because again, the mountain's kind of encroach it from the north and the south and the west as it's built inside of the space. And those begin to push downwards towards where you're all at. You now come across people upon the actual road. People are leaving the actual city. They're on horseback, or they have wagons or stagecoaches. They seem to be traders, right? They have numerous amounts of clay pots within their wagons, or they have chests. They are also covered themselves. They're bundled up in pelts and for warmth. There are a variety of races: humans, half-elves, elves, dwarfs, gnomes, halflings. There's not really any sort of designation there. It's just diverse. And you're having to share that trail, right? You're having to share that path. And so you maybe have to get off into the snow a little bit if the wagon of station is quite large. They immediately kind of, maybe they have a hat of sorts, or they're, they just kind of raise their hands out towards you. They have a stick that they're guiding their animals, right, with. Their kind of information to you. Just say hello. They're friendly. They're just giving you good morning, good greetings. A lot of them say the same almost phrase to you, which is, 1,000 blessings of Pelor be upon you. It seems like a phrase that kind of happens, or something in relation to Pelor, giving you thanks, giving you the sunlight, giving you warmth of Pelor's good graces. And that is now being used almost as a hello from a lot of them that are passing by. You come across nobles as well, and this is not just traders or merchants. Nobles that seem to be wearing regal and beautiful silk clothing. You also have armored figures on horsebacks, war horses themselves that are in tow with those, not necessarily guards or guards of sorts, but actually maybe family members on these houses that are paladins, clerics. So they're heavily armored, and they're wearing a symbol either to Felor, which is this silver griffin that's perched onto a backdrop of this wine kind of maroon with silver lacing and tatis work towards the sides of the tabard or surcoat, or they have the Talthars, which is a white backdrop with red etching and then a golden like Pelor sun at the center with rays kind of moving and swiveling outwards. So
have we
that's
interacted with anyone from the not the Talthars? What was the other one? I'm sorry. Pelor, you said?
Pelor. No, you haven't interacted with that.
Okay.
But I'm giving you the description just based on what you're going to be overhearing.
Yeah,
within
I was
the
just
actual
curious
cities.
if we had or not.
So this is when we're going to transition to some ambiance, and I'm going to continue my description of the city as you begin to approach the gates.
The last time that I was in such a large city, it did not end well. A bit apprehensive about this.
Yeah, I think I'm the only one excited to be here.
This place wasn't terrible last time I was here, but I just stayed in an inn.
Do you know the landscape of the city a bit, right?
The drift more, and some of the merchant area.
We're going to
Yeah.
get to why you probably haven't spent more time in the city with other things here. So you'll be able to give a note of that after I get to the description. So a noble city protrudes, a noble city, okay? A noble city protrudes from the mountainside west of the main road that leads out of the Frosthorn and transitions into the northern. Large 30-foot stone walls encompass the city as it staggers in elevation to the keep hundreds of feet above. Guards, soldiers, paladins adorned in the surcoats of their lord patrol high upon the walls and towers every 30 feet. They carry halberds, longswords, shields, and crossbows and are equipped in master or calf plate or plate armor. The colors of the surcoat are a pale purple, symbol of Felor, perched silver griffin. Right, won't go into the description of that, I already gave it. The walls are a white granite, reaching towards kind of like a lighter kind of tan or a dark gray. A lighter tan or towards a gray. So there's a variety of kind of colorations in the actual stonework of the walls. and they match the keep walls that is above there. Each entrance through the wall consists of a double door and a barred gate. So the door itself is wooden, it's metal reinforced, and the barred gate is a portcullis. So it's kind of that metal raw iron bar type situation. Mechanisms in the interior segment of each raise and lower the gate. 2 towers flank the gates, armed with large ballista. Braziers along the wall and towers shine dim light in the dead of night. Right? So they kind of have the smoke and pillars of light. Now, one thing to note is that the actual ballista are not lowered and looking down upon you or anybody coming in. They're looking up. They're all mounted and pitched upwards into the air. An interior wall surrounds the Othema Keep, known as Falor Keep, given to thy lord. Grounds and garden are also encased within this actual wall. The grounds consists of barracks, training areas, lists. A list is essentially a tournament arena for jousting. Okay, so the actual grounds are alive in themselves. There's gardens in there, beautiful pieces of artwork that have been manicured and scaped even inside of this harsh tundra region. The wall is about 20 feet tall, so 10 feet less than the outer. There are several towers, same side of intervals that you've seen here on the outer wall, and there's similar fashion, the 2 towers on either side of the single entrance into the keep's grounds. In addition to this, something that you can't particularly see, but I'm going to leave a note to it so I don't have to reference it again, is a frozen moat that actually sits about the keep with very tremendously steep cliff sides. And this provides in protection against any sort of intruders that would dare attack it, of a melee assault charging up to it. They have a drawbridge that can crest over and lower itself down from the keep. And so it not only do you have an outer wall, now an inner wall, but now you have a moat and a drawbridge. And the keep itself is walled and has towers too. So there is defenses that are stacked on stack on stack. Okay? The cobbled roads are usually covered with snow and ice. Each morning, common folk arise and sweep off the snow and ice, leaving scattered patches of revealed road that are mucked with dirt and rock. Interesting large area around the center of the city that is known as the Holy District is quite warm and melts away any snow and ice. The residents of Othema and worshippers of Falor credit this phenomenon to the Sun Tree, which resides within the Sun Tree Cathedral. Most of the trade occurs in the cathedral's courtyard, within this unusually warm and inviting area. An interior 15-foot stone wall surrounds the Holy District, and is not equipped with any sort of towers. In addition, it's just double wooden doors that can be bombed. There's not any sort of real mechanisms to kind of stop anyone in particular. It's really just kind of locking it down, maybe, right, that they could do. The structures in the city are made from stone, wood, clay, and straw. Very few have windows, and those that do have metal and stone window frames. Upon some of the large paladin estates, wooden window frames are found. Large 2 to 3 story or even 5-story townhomes occupy the drift, a large portion of the city filled with dense housing. Garbage, shit lie within the alleyways, the intense, tight structures. It is a very difficult place to live. People do. Guilds, businesses, and shops are single or 2-story and reside in the southeastern part of the city, known as the Merchant District. Western Othema is filled with large estates and referred to as, simply put, the Noble District. Many of them are 3 stories and are walled by 10-foot stone walls and metal gates, having their own defenses, their own guard, their own servants. A portion of the city is dedicated to a cemetery and crypt, massive amounts, mileage in this. Many of those who worship Falor request to be buried within, as they wish to be close to the Sun Tree. There is something here that is quite strange, which is something to point out, is that there is actually a fort that sits on a bluff or a plateau that is roughly 30 to ranging to 60 feet from the surface level of the first level of the actual city. Okay, remember I talked about the city being staggered up in elevation. Well, when you come up to the actual main gate here that faces to the east, you can see that bluff or that plateau that press upwards to about 60 feet, and there's a keep on that, and there's interior walls and things, and from just looking at it, it appears old. The stone's weathered and decayed, there's cracks in it. So the fort, built onto this plateau, very small kind of structure, and the housing is staggered, its elevations and things, provides a little bit of that break in the pattern of elevation to the Falor Keep, noting that there is now a ranging of things and how it works. Okay? The smoke, much of it drifting outwards from the structures, sitting into the city level, providing smog. This is what happened in High Rock. It's what's happening here in almost an exponential effect, especially since the wind itself doesn't even push anything through here because it's all protected by the mountainsides. And so you're kind of almost choking a little bit on the actual smoke as it comes through. Large crowds are billowing themselves here at the main gate here. You're noticing there is a massive amount of dwarfs, hundreds of them, as there are Falor paladins, guard, and soldiers that are out here moving and talking with them. Many of these dwarfs themselves have wounds and lacerations, bludgeoning things about themselves, are covered in dirt and soot. They're kind of holding themselves in these blankets of pelts, shivering and cold. Many of them have personal possessions. Clothes, large burlap sacks, small tiny household items, ripped quickly, thrown in as fast as they could. Hearing the conversations, you pass in. The iron bar gate is open, the double-in doors are open, the city is free to enter in and leave. There's no lockdown, nothing happened of that sort. The guards look at you, and then upon looking, they just look away. From your passive insight, it's not that you're suspecting you of a crime or wondering who the hell are you. They're seeing if you are a dwarf, have any sort of symbols upon your body that would note you to some allegiance to perhaps a clan, organization, or something. They're not seeing that, marking you maybe as a trader or a passerby or some adventurer, right?
Tourist.
They have these lists, these papers, scrolls that they're working from, satchels as they're coming through. They're writing down the names of the dwarfs. And overhearing, eavesdropping in the conversation, especially Thanos with your passive perception, they are Clan Alderfist dwarfs from a city called Thulmir, which strikes true from the signage you saw back at the crossroads that led east into the mountains. And they're speaking that their city was attacked and destroyed by a dragon. All around you, these conversations. Writing down their names, they're noting them, and then they're ushering them towards the Holy District, towards refugee sites that have been made, canopies and tents constructed within the courtyard, where it's warm, safe haven, food will be provided. This is what you're coming into as you pass through.
So there's an entire swarm of people who have just been traumatized by a dragon. And we walk in wearing dragon heads, like a full group of us, just like strolling through.
Oh yeah.
Which also, DM random question to fit this theme. I was because I know I got a shield from Kultil. It's just a regular shield. There's no like a dragon one or anything like that. It's just a regular shield.
Yeah, it's just a regular shield.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah. No, I think the only thing
I was
to
making sure if I
We're
fit
all,
the theme.
we're all
The-
wearing like dragon
the
armor.
helms, you have the helms on,
Yeah.
you might have a cloak, right, of dragon hide, and then you'd have the plate armor of dragon. But something to note is that, it could just be it could be parts from anything that you don't really, I mean, the only thing that would tell you it was a dragon would be the scales of that dragon, which are used, I mean, yes. And are these dwarfs really paying attention to you? Or does it
Well,
seem
we're talking
like...
about the guards.
Yeah, the guards
Did
saw
they-
you,
The
and they
guards
didn't,
probably
like,
don't care.
they didn't care,
Yeah.
right?
Okay. All right. Yeah.
They're looking for
So-
specific things,
Uh,
not dragons.
Thanos,
Okay,
would
so-
you?
I'm curious. Are the guards like out in the open? Like I could go up and talk to one?
Correct.
Oh,
yeah,
God.
there's dozens of them,
If-
dozens and dozens. There's paladins here too. shields
Okay,
alongside some of them great swords, and they're talking. They're
I'm
healing.
gonna-
Lay on hands is happening. Cure wounds are happening. So that's a lot of spells going.
Right. I'm gonna go up to one of the guards and what was the phrase they used? 1,000.
1,000 blessings of Palor be upon you,
Yeah, I'll introduce myself like 1,000 blessings of Palor be upon you.
and upon
do
you.
you mind if I ask you some questions very quickly?
Ask away.
Thank you. Yeah, we're new. We came from up north.
Up
and
north?
Yeah.
I'm curious. There's only one place up north, High Rock. Did you come from there?
Yeah, we did. We were shipwrecked up north.
Shipwrecked?
Yeah.
There's no ships that land in that bay.
Yeah.
Not
we
purposefully,
didn't-
no.
We didn't mean to land there either. We were passing by when our ships were sunk by a dragon attack.
A dragon attack.
Yes.
Was it a white dragon?
And a kraken.
Was it a white dragon? I don't remember.
No, I think it was a
black.
red
It was
dragon.
black.
Was it black? No, it was not white.
It's red.
It was
Yeah,
red.
that's not
Right.
wrong.
Oh, we were all wrong.
You're
Thank
all
you,
right.
continuity
I did not. Yeah, continuity god coming out. It was red.
Just a random old man
Yeah,
hobbling down the
but-
street. It was red,
If we-
dumbass.
It was red, you dumbasses.
Yeah, if we had physically seen a dragon, like in real
Oh,
life, we definitely would have remembered.
Oh, is Thanos looking differently now? Is that what's going on?
We've
Yeah,
seen so
Thanos.
many dragons. They all
The
blur
Thanos,
together now.
you're putting the cloak up here. It seems to keep your face hidden, and then you're disguising yourself. Going to hide the body with the face instead. Okay.
No, sir. It was a red dragon. I don't know if you've heard anything. on
Red
I
dragon.
noticed. Yes, sir. I noticed your ballistas were aimed towards the sky. Is that because of the dragon? What dragon
Was
have
that a
y'all been-
monsoon's whistle?
Oh god.
Stay with me here, you all. Commander Ringler
Yes, sir.
Uku's gonna we'll talk with you.
Yes, sir.
Oh, great. Here we go.
So while we're waiting for whoever this is to show up, Maldor would walk over to one of the more wounded dwarves and cast healing hands on him.
Okay.
And try to ask about what happened to their city, like the nature of the dragon, the attack and everything.
Okay. You approach one of the more wounded ones. This elderly dwarf seems to be kind of alone. There's no one really around them, which is what you're kind of probably aiming for, to get some information from someone that might have some wisdom, some value. Great beard kind of flows down. Their hair itself is kind of twisted and wiry and turned. You notice they might be more well kept, but at this point they're not. Covered in dirt and soot. They have essentially a large gash or a laceration that streaks down one of their legs. It's been roughly bandaged up, and they're kind of awaiting on a stretcher-like mechanism before they're carried off into the central cathedral or other places in the actual keeps for healing. So you approach this individual, looks towards you, kind of wide eyes. Hello.
Easy, friend. I'm here to help.
Oh, you paladin? Oh, thank you so much. Oh.
Could you tell me what happened to your city? Who attacked you?
It was a dragon. It was a dragon. I've never seen something like that before. And go near, got underground. It's so large. I could not even imagine something so big coming into Thornir before. Hundreds and hundreds of years. I'm a grandfather, but children. Fortunately, they all have left Thornir at this point. I lost my 3 sons. I could not find them. I can't. Have you seen my 3 sons?
No, we will keep a lookout. I promise you, you will see them again.
Well, the
So,
names are
the dragon-
and Korvac.
Yes, of course. Varus, write these down.
And
I'll pull on write down the names.
look
What
like a
color was
guard or
this
soldier.
dragon?
What color of the dragon? Well,
Yes.
it was. So you begin to think and try to move past the trauma and responses, try to get memories out. It was white. Yes.
How
When
long
was
ago
this?
this?
Was it silver? So, whitest colorations. Attack with ferocity.
So, when he says, or was it silver? Do we know that there is like silver dragons, right? But they're usually good.
All range of colors of dragons exist.
But would that be a metallic dragon, or is there a chromatic silver dragon? Is more
History
what
check.
I'm asking.
And did he ask? Did he answer about Mulder's question about how long ago?
No.
You said a history check.
Correct. 20. Metallic dragons, there's a silver dragon. History, the metallic dragons tend to keep to themselves. They don't try to make a whole presence within the world. They do occupy territories, albeit most of the metallic dragons occupy spaces that don't really interfere with humanoid kind. Silver dragons in particular are very good-natured. They're also very charismatic, been known to be someone that would want to interact in humanity
Okay, so
positively.
by getting that, I would imagine me thinking I wouldn't think it was a silver. In case, because of like,
Sure, you can make that.
Yeah.
It's up to you. I mean, how you want to do it.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think.
It was.
think I would
Oh,
be
it was. Yeah. 7 days ago.
Okay. You set yourself at ease. If it was a white dragon and it was 7 days ago, then rest easy knowing that that dragon has been slain.
Oh,
It will not bother you
wait,
again.
you slept? You slayed a dragon?
Yes.
Oh. Grabs by the hands. Thank you so much. This one's slaying a dragon, huh?
Oh god. That's
Here we go.
Oh God.
We have business
Am I
to
still
attend to.
waiting here for the guard? Like by the guard?
Yeah. Sweet.
Okay.
I will pat the dwarf and move back
But you're
away. But
clearly, obviously, you're able to hear that information and roll a history check. So I do want to
Yeah.
relate, most likely the same guard that you're talking to. You just overheard you talk about slaying.
Slaying a
That's
dragon.
what I was gonna ask. I was gonna ask him. So, you've been having problems with the white dragon.
Yes,
Here?
we have. Of course. Our patrols and things we've sent off to keep the roads safe from High Rock for the mine's exports have been unable. White Dragon attacks. Also attacks traders
So,
from Thulnir trying to reach here.
I don't know if you'll believe me, but we have killed a white dragon.
there's
An
literally a
ancient white
dude
dragon.
standing there covered in white dragon scales and teeth and stuff.
I know. I like
With
show.
Luthor.
I like
Listen.
point towards like the hood on my cloak and be like, "This is spoils from the battle."
Your tales can be told to the commander.
Okay.
There's no reason to tell me I have a job to do here. And even though you're telling me these things, and it makes me very happy in my heart that you slay this dragon, Commander Rengla Uku would be best served to speak the information to. Promise me.
So I'm very new here,
fine.
so I was.
I can tell. It'll be alright. Don't worry about it. Welcome to
It's
Othema.
been. Thank you.
You're welcome. It'll be just about a moment. You see his little warhorse pressing through the crowd as soon as that was ended. Comes rounding around a block. Oh my word! Pushes through on this large warhorse, a tall and
my
strong
God.
half-orc male, black, more braided hair that extends down his shoulders. Darker green complexion with black eyes, wears a piece of masterwork plate armor, wields a battle axe with a shield, surcoat of floor, as well as a commander's maroon cape adorns them. There's a large scar across the forehead that wraps around towards the neck and goes through into the back. It seems to be massive. This laceration is now healed into this giant scar that goes through. One of their eyes even goes through, and so the eye is pale. And as you notice, they might be perhaps lost vision of that eye. Pushing through the warhorse, they kind of come riding around. So the warhorse is plate barding, right? Swings through and has different also there's a word for it, I'm forgetting it, but part of the barding, you would have a surcoat or tabard on the horse itself as well. Colorations and things that go out each flank of the horse. That too is there. Passing around, right? Comes around that block, pushes through the crowd, literally just pushing through with the warhorse, trying to shove people back. Lands down and sees Uburo. You see this guard kind of pass and raise the hand up. Commander! Commander! You're gonna yell outwards. Has to be extremely loud to pursue the crowd. Then pushes the warhorse, now slightly slower, shifting through the people. Comes and turns the horse and looks down towards you. What is it? What do you want? And these
He's a good
Speaking.
speeder.
that they've slain a white dragon. And, well, they come from High Rock. He said they were shipwrecked and attacked by a red dragon. What kind of fucking fantastic tale is this? The fuck are you, all you? Smells the air.
Hello. 1,000 blessings be upon you.
Fuck that shit.
yes.
I don't want to hear that. What's your name?
Tegan's like, yeah, I love this guy.
And you can see Varys be like a little stunned. He's like, yeah.
Your name?
I'm Varys Willow, heir to House Willow.
I don't care about that. What do you... Varys.
Look,
What
look,
ship
I
were
was
you
brought
on?
up to.
I don't care. What ship were you on?
We were aboard the Striker.
Striker. And you were laid upon by... what?
We
What did
were
you
attacked
see?
by. We were attacked by a red
No,
dragon.
I know it was a fucking red dragon. I heard my soul.
Right. What do
How
you ask?
did it attack you?
It blew fire on the ship behind us and destroyed
It was-
Is there anyone else who will
was-
speak? This one seems to be not right.
There was a crackling of purplish lightning in the air. The dragon appeared and laid siege to our sister ship in tandem with a kraken.
That's what I wanted
We
to hear.
we
Thank you. What's your
attempted-
name?
Maldo Gentile.
Ado... Gentle?
Gentile.
Gentile. That's a hard one. I don't think
It's
I'll remember
still,
that.
I
That's fine.
apologize.
I could care less.
No need.
But I do care about the how. I don't care about the why. I don't care about how it's done. Now you slayed a white dragon.
Cool.
Where?
To the north
Oh.
up in the mountains. North
Yeah,
of
near
Lake. What's the name of that lake? Lake something.
Crossborn Bay.
No,
it was
the
north
cross-
of Keith Lake.
North of
yeah.
Lake Keith.
Oh, that. Oh, you
north
the
of
white
Lake
dragon, sorry.
Keith. In
How did you accomplish such a task?
Oh, I mean, we
Look
did
like
have
came-
help. I won't say lie about that.
What's your name? Someone else is speaking. Oh, it's you.
Are you fucking blind?
we
Yes, I'm blind in one eye. Could you not see?
Wow, that is incredibly insensitive, Tegan.
People that aren't very
That's
intelligent
supposed to
seem
make
to
you
have
feel
accomplished a
bad,
great
you
many
asshole.
things.
we were escorted by a clan of frost giants to go and do it.
Sounds
Into its lair.
extremely like fantasy. You have been smoking quite a number of things, it seems. My name is
wish.
Commander Renglaruku. I'm the commander for Frostbeard. I served as soldier in the war front to the far south of the 7th Regiment.
I mean, you act like I care about that kind of thing.
Yes, well, you should care. 'Cause it's gonna come quite fucking relevant to you.
I don't give a fuck.
Hey, listen, dumbass. I know it seems very unlikely that this happened. Look at the big ass Dragonborn wearing all the white dragon scale armor. That tip you off at all?
I could see it. Could be a knockoff.
Yeah, for sure.
You
God,
can't trust those
Definitely
stuff
some
these
fake
days.
Gucci, you fucking
It's
It's not a
dumbass.
Gucci
You
bag. It's a
insult
Gucci
me.
bag.
What's your name?
Tom.
Tom.
Easy, Tom. We don't need you killing a bunch of people again. We know how your temper gets.
Is that a threat?
Tom is very dangerous.
Yam is dangerous. Tom, are you threatening me?
No, I'm not threatening you. I want to stop talking to you, but I'm not threatening you.
Fine, the time for talk is over.
It seems your dwarves have been beset by a dragon attack. One of them told us it was potentially a white dragon. Could you corroborate that?
I could not help you with the cooperation. Trying to piece together the investigations ourselves. I'm also investigating another matter within the city. Fucking shit. But I can't tell you.
Busy.
I am very busy. What I can tell you is this. We'll get the truth out of you one way or another. Coming with me. Speak with the Lord down for law.
Was that an invitation?
That's an invitation. Get the fuck out of my way! Move! Begins to push the horse through the crowd. Follow me!
I'll leave over to Maldor. Just be like, fuck this guy.
I mean, that doesn't sound like an invitation. That sounds like an order.
In
I don't
my
know, I kinda like
experience in these cities, just try not to look threatening. It doesn't go well.
I mean, I couldn't even if I tried.
What do you mean? I tried to be as nice as possible, and he was only a dick.
I think that was him being nice.
You guys just need to keep Tom under control.
Yeah, don't let Tom unleash these.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for him.
Nice. All right.
Pressing forward with the
That's
war
not-
horse is heading west, directly towards the plateau that sits at the Holy District, and then now coming to the levels above, right, the streets as they make way upwards, heading towards the Falor Keep, speak to the down floor. Doesn't even really look back, just continuing to ride, pressing through the people, telling them to get the fuck out of the way. Captain of the
They're
Guard,
under-
Commander Fort Frostbeard demands it. Pressing through.
Military approval must be great in the city.
Do you all follow?
I will.
Suppose so. Yeah,
Sure.
that's as warm a welcome as we're going to get. I suspect if he asks again, it won't be polite.
Yeah, let's.
Yes.
Tom wants
follow-
to, Tegan doesn't.
Thanos.
Yeah, let's follow the plot.
Tom. Yeah, now I'm gonna have to remember to call you fucking Tom. Like what?
Yeah, I guess I'll
Also,
follow.
we
Yeah,
don't have
Thanos
time
is
to
following.
discuss how Thanos
Right.
doesn't
that-
look like Thanos right now.
Everyone is
fine.
everyone is
We're just
following.
roll.
Obviously, you have.
Who the
Uh,
fuck is this old guy standing next to us?
Who the fuck is this? No,
So-
you'll see me. You'll see me look around and be like, "Where's Thanos?" Oh, there he is.
There you go. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and pause the music here. We're gonna go take our break. So we're headed to the Falor Keep, to the grounds, as Commander Mengler Uku, a very brash and relentless character, is basically in front of you, striding with the horse in kind of a gallop-like fashion. You kind of have to chase after, pressing you through, just hoping that you're. I don't know if hoping or like maybe just assuming that you're following. It's unclear at this point. But you're pressing.
I hope I
forward
didn't
towards
piss
the
any of
Falor
y'all
Keep.
off by doing that, but that was really fun.
You think
If you are watching
you
the
think he would
stream,
get?
thanks so much.
think he would
We'll be
get-
back in 10
sorry.
minutes or so. Let's go. 10 minutes.
Bye, stream.
Bye.
Welcome back, joining us for the second half here of Ill Fated. Appreciate it. Thanks so much. We're going to get into it as I give a description off, as we're going to press through. I try to keep the descriptions, I try to do them as quickly as possible. Some of the stuff is very in depth. And then I also want to state that we're going to get into theater of mind. So as a DM, I prefer theater of mind. It's a lot of descriptions of places that we don't have in combat because it allows your brain to imagine things rather than kind of seeing a battle map and then trying to place things together. So I try to allow the imagination just to flourish in what you're perceiving as I talk. So passing through here, the Noble District, okay? So you go through the Holy District, you round around, you get to see all of the tents and all the canopies that have pitch, tan, cloth, and some darker cloth that they have here at the center of the Holy District. The temperature here is a 69 degrees Fahrenheit. It is warm and really nice here. Cloud cover itself, there's no sun shining down, but you feel a radiance about you. You know, you have that tingling sensation of sunlight across your face, even if there is none. The actual Suntree Cathedral is a massive structure. It's huge. And as you look through the stained glass windows that are intervals of every 15 to 10 feet or so, you actually can see that there is a tree inside of there that isn't very large, just reaches the ceiling height of roughly 100 or so feet. It's not very wide in its radius. Seems like a common tree that has white bark. Odd. There's pews and there's white marbling and there's pillars and it's a very open cathedral. And the entrance to it is on the western side. Doesn't seem like there's any other entrance to it. It's a grand double wooden door, metal reinforced with these white painted carvings over it, celestial runes. The door itself is massive. You know, can be swung open, feet, people can come through. Currently, it is open. So there are individuals of dwarfs being carted in there, laid down upon the pews, being healed by clerics. Also these initiates, referred to as Suntree initiates, wearing white vestments and white robes with golden pillar symbols. Very plain, variety of races, they're very diverse, and they're just assisting, providing divine magic that they have. Now, there's a lot of fires burning for cooking pots, and there's the food, right? Getting lunch and dinners and things made. A lot of it's being held or being directed or commanded, I should say, by the actual Suntree initiates through the clerics and then the paladins. There are soldiers here, but not a lot. Right? Soldiers are for Frostbeard Roar at the actual entrances to the city. So now you're finding there's a lack of guard, particularly here. Commanders just pressing through. You know, so the paladins, everyone's just looking up at the commander. They know the commander. They're referencing. Even some of the citizens, people that seem to be actual individuals that live here, they look at the commander and they're kind of shaking the head, getting the fuck out of the way. So this is something that you do. You just get out of the commander's way. And as they pass through, you eventually exit the Holy District. You now get into the Noble District, what I said you're currently at, as far as your physical location. And the road gets a lot larger. You had sidewalks before, roughly 10 feet or so in width, and then the road was 20 to 25 feet and cobbled. But now the road is getting to twice that size. Sidewalks are getting twice that size. Everything is getting large and open. There's trees freely growing in here that are being trimmed and pruned to make them a little bit more immaculate in their design, shrubbery and thickets. Come across a few structures, buildings that are like a general store. There's kind of a produce shop, fish shop, that level of thing. A lot of them have windows. There's people window shopping through them. They're going inside of them. They're picking up their wares, and then they're making their way. You have a little bit of an enclosed feeling, if not for the road, right? If the road was a lot smaller, you'd feel like you're kind of in a tunnel because of the fact that the estate walls are large and they're providing that effect of being enclosed. But since the road is so large, you don't really have to worry about that. Maybe in the side roads, right? If you went down some of the actual alleyways or driveways, I should state, of the actual estates, you might come into play there. So you pass by, looks like a tavern known as the High Squire. Won't go into the symbol of that unless we actually get to it. And then you pass onto what's referred to as the Keeps Highway. And that is an even larger kind of courtyard that sits roughly outside of the actual Keeps wall. Now, this courtyard itself is about 80 to 90 feet in its width, so it's going to triple size of the actual road itself now that you've made way on the main entrance of the actual city. And there are numerous amounts of stagecoaches and wagons, particularly nobles or delegates, emissaries, people that are government officials that are seeking to have audience with the Lord. There are soldiers that have these specific badges. They're guard, but they're armed like soldiers. And they have these badges of the Silver Griffin, but now they're crested over the pauldron, and they're actually stamped in and then silver engraved. They have satchels and backpacks, and they're almost writing down these individuals. They're assigning them times, right? You'll be after this one, you'll be after this one, kind of thing. And they're keeping track of who actually is attempting to see public audience. The keep's portcullis and the double-end door are shut. You hear sounds on the other side of this crashing of swords and weaponry, horses and carts being pulled, creating an echo effect as it's up high, reaching over the walls and it's coming down over top of you. And the commander, as soon as they get to here, the double-end door opens. Portcullis swings. You see the guard yelling at each other, blowing whistles. So that way the actual people in the towers over here, in the interior space of the wall, they hear. They can see now the commander there, trying to get the gate open quickly enough because the commander does not stop. There's no stopping of this horse. He's just going to run right into the gate. And
I would
lets out
love to see if they were a little slow.
kind of lets out a groan. Just got to slow down the horse just a little bit. Grunts a little bit and then just continues to press forward. Now, coming into the interior wall segment, you have a similar fashion. I don't know if you're familiar with medieval walls, but you have these little gaps within kind of a death trap, right? The portcullis was open and the double-end door is still shut, and you're in that interior space. There's places to throw oil, right? There's oil pots that they can throw downwards. There's other debris, rocks they can throw outside of the walls, right? That is what that interior space is for. Coming into the keep's grounds, they're covered in snow and ice, except for the gardens and road that lead up to the keep's wooden drawbridge. There's white snowberries and cherry blossoms. They populate the garden and are spaced by small paths of low-growing vegetation. Guards, soldiers, paladins, clerics, they walk about while servants tend to the garden. Upon the keep's grounds are several fields for training, barracks. There's a whole community of soldiers here. They are marching, many of them in formations, and they are all paladins. Some of them are horseback with barding, giving out directions and orders. They have these kind of winged helmets and structures about them that stand out in their, that allow that. They're actually yelling at them to get in formations. As they're yelling at them, they tell them to change, anticipate a flank left, and adjust their formations. There's only one person in this party that understands what is happening. Maldor. Maldor, they are preparing for war. They are preparing to march to war. There's servants, there's individual squires, they're collecting equipment, food, there's cooks, rations, sorts. Unclear of how much time it will take because you're unfamiliar with the prime material plane, how they get ready for war. But this is exactly what this is. This is building up armaments and getting ready to march. Blacksmiths, you can hear them hammering away. There's numerous amounts of blacksmiths at different locations, fixing, repairing armor. Things break, so that's what they're doing. They're also building new things. But most of them are actual royal family blacksmiths. So you have a blacksmith in the city, good, but also houses, noble families have their own blacksmiths, their own fletchers. So this is what you're seeing. The lists are there. You can hear horses in the distance, people jousting and whatnot, but there's no one in the grandstands, no one in the audience. You imagine the lists themselves haven't been used in quite some time, given the threat of the city not wanting to have too many people come in for a tournament. So now we come to the actual keep. It's a solid and bricked stone structure, matching the actual mosaic of the walls there, and it's also built in the back half of it from the bedrock protrusion of the mountain. So the keep itself is actually into the mountain itself. It's embedded. The large frozen moat that I described earlier is 50 to 80 foot cliffs. So they're quite steep, jagged, covered in ice. The western side of the keep, connected to the mountain, is carved from it. So now you have a transition of stone to this darker kind of marbling kind of effect of the granite. This stone bridge that matches the mosaic pattern of the walls kind of travels across the moat until it meets the wooden drawbridge, which is now beginning to lower as the commander is riding the horse. The commander does not want to stop. And you're sure that if this wooden drawbridge is not low on time, the commander is literally just going to ride off this bridge into the But eventually that drawbridge lowers, and it lowers by 2 towers that extend outwards of 25 feet of the keep's wall. Okay, so there's an actual wall that extends. There's towers right on the keep. It's very traditional in its design. And these towers protrude outwards towards you. And there's mechanisms of chain that go into the towers, and you can hear the gears whining. They're lowering it down. The wall is only surrounding the keep on 3 sides. There's no reason to have a wall on the western side. It's the mountain. So you have north, east, and south. Noting from the arrow slits, it seems that there's only accessible ways into this wall from the 2nd and 3rd levels. There's no arrow slits on the 1st level of the keep. And the 3rd level seems to only be found on certain areas upon seeing gaps within the wall structure. The keep itself extends roughly 90 feet into the air. 3rd level reaches this height. Some levels are a little bit less than that. Now, you all are passing in to an entry chamber of sorts. This large area that has 50 feet to the north, 50 feet to the south. There's spiraling staircases back around you that fit into the grooves of the actual wall, suggesting that might reach up to the 2nd level, or at least to the wall space of the 2nd level. And then you have corridors in the corners of the northwest and the southwest. Riddled within this space, which is very open. A few pieces of art decor, banners, shelving, wardrobes. But it's rather open and plain. It actually echoes out. There's a black marbling as well to the floor. And then there's crates. There's boxes and burlap sacks, feed, horse feed, other sorts of food for you, apples, cabbages. This is a storage place, it seems. They're just using it as they're pushing in materials of vital things that they want to store away from the elements. They're stashing them here. Rather than that, you're finding it difficult to understand what they use this space for, other than just having an area that they might be tables in and have a dinner party. Very plain, open. On the walls is these dwarven runes. And as you're kind of staring at them and looking, there are actual names of potential the dwarves that had made this keep. See, family names. The names are repeated, family names. It's starting to strike true that this space might have been something else before it was Flora Keep. There are 3 semi-arched kind of entries or exits on the back side of this entry chamber on the western side. And that's about 80 feet from where you're currently at, going into the entry chamber and where the drawbridge is. This goes into the courtyard. Okay, so it's exactly where Commander Wrangler Uku is going. It's just riding into the courtyard. And the courtyard is open to the elements. Like I said, it's a very traditional keep. So you have a wraparound of rooms and things, and then you have a sentry area of courtyard. And this is open to some windows. So you can see the windows on the 2nd level. You see the windows on some of the 3rd level, right? They're facing downwards towards you. And then you have the corridor that kind of wraps around on the 1st level and kind of an overhang with some pillars that kind of embrace the 2nd and 3rd floor. And then there's more rooms, it seems, through some of these semi-arched entries or exits out of the courtyard into those corridors. And those go into maybe additional rooms that face outwards of the actual 1st level of the keep. The courtyard is very inviting. There's a central statue of a Valor symbol, the sun that's kind of glowing and wide and vibrant. There's another statue that seems to be of a human, of a lord of some kind. A plaque there says Lord Thalon. It's still in the process of being made and worked out of a nice, beautiful piece of white marble. there are altars, small patches and pools of frozen water, shrubbery and things that continue from the garden outside. And there are paladins in here that are praying, paladins in here that are training as well, some that are commanders themselves, that are sitting over small wooden tables. They have chairs, chess games, and other sorts of documents and papers and ledgers. They're having arguments and talking about where they're going to take postings and positions, speaking about a battlefield that is referred to as the place of desolation. And they're marking certain things with little tokens, pieces of where soldiers will go in regiments. This is where we're going to get onto the actual map. Past the courtyard. I'm going to go ahead and now drag your tokens down. Down. You're going directly across the courtyard with this beautiful cobbled path that interworks the different areas of the actual corridors and throughout the courtyard. You're making your way directly across, passing by some of the statues in the center of the courtyard. And you come to a large double wooden door that is metal reinforced with these panels. Locking mechanism that you imagine. Can't see one on the side. This particular area also protrudes outwards into the courtyard. Where everything seems flush with the courtyard, this kind of extends outwards. Immediately, the commander approaches these two guard that are wearing plate armor. They have halberds, long swords, shields on the back, wearing surcoats and tabards of the lore. And they see the commander riding on the horse and immediately begin to bang onto the door. To the door, you notice that they actually bang on it twice, and then they reach over to the right and grab a bell and begin to ring it. Upon that, you hear the sliding of metallic gears and a bolt, and the door swings open wide. Then another subsequent voice talking and begins to pass through as they step to the side, and another series of door opens. Commander just rides through with the horse. Doesn't dismount, doesn't stop, just continues to ride through.
Just leaving horse apples all the way down.
This fucking guy, dude. What the hell?
This guy
Dismounts,
would do. This
hand
guy would be terrible in traffic jam.
dismounts, hands the horse over to one of the soldiers in the guard, right? That seem to be flanking in positions of every intervals of 15 so feet. Hands it over. Looks towards the guard. Take care, Patricia. Makes way towards the stairs. After that
He has
happens,
the token actually named.
the doors behind you are shut and locked. Seem to be braced by these metal figure at the center, and the bolts kind of extend outwards in this lever. They are manually operated from the guard. There's also a passing through. There's these like a death trap, right? There would be arrow slits into that interior space, right? You notice that they're crossbows, so there's actually soldiers in these arrow slits. As I note these little doors here, they actually have crossbows that they're pointing out. So we have a very similar fashion of death trap. You know, if they need to kind of close it off, they can fire bolts between and through. So the Grand Hall occupies both the first and second level. Black marbled pillars extend about 45 feet to the ceiling of this darkish granite bedrock. Entrances into the Grand Hall are found seemingly on every wall. 2 stone and metal doors lead into either the dungeon or a private staircase to the third level that contains floors chambers. The northern and southern double-wooden door and metal reinforced doors lead to the northern and southern hallways or corridors that wrap around. 2 interior metal doors go into small spaces that flank the hall's entrance from the courtyard. Right, so this is pretty easy to see by the map. It's very simple, very plain. It's exactly the description I'm going to give you. There is a runner of sorts, and this is in the similar colors of the tabard and the surcoat, and that follows along on this beautiful piece of white marble up to the actual staircase, which is matching in the same coloration of some things, and then it kind of transitions with the stone, right? So it's not always perfect. Now, these 8-foot tall lamps are there, and they kind of come upwards. Candles are lit in them, providing light in this very dark space. And then there are banners and other similar lanterns or lamps upon the black marble pillars that extends upwards. And then there's benches. Delegates sit in scissor-like chairs on either side of the altar, and the throne, and the throne itself is made of stone, glass, and metal. Okay, so everything is quite fairly simple. The Lord that sits on the throne, not the altar, sorry, the throne, is a tall human male with a fair face and chiseled jaw. His blue eyes, wavy blonde hair that goes down to the shoulders. Wears a beautiful piece of mithril plate armor with the Falor symbol engraved in gold upon the center chest. There's a dark purple cape held by a gold and silver chain. Golden amulet of Falor sits around the neck. A great sword sits nearby the throne, leaning on, hilt wrapped in silver lattice, and the pommel made of pure gold. Great sword also is embellished by celestial runes. It emits a faint, dim light. Patricia, hands towards Gar, immediately comes up to the base of the staircase and kneels down. My lord! I do not mean to interrupt you setting up public court, but I bring news from these people that have made way into this noble city, my lord, and they speak of many things indeed. One of which is an attack on their ship, the Striker, by a red dragon. And the next is that they have slain a white dragon, and they have allied themselves with frost giants, it seems, this task. Our lord, if I may declare, I believe a sort of truth is necessary to see what stories are real. I know there's a great number of adventurers that have come here demanding coin, seeking that they have slain this great beast, or they've dealt a blow that would give the city some safeguard. You and I both know, my lord, that those all proved to be false. And turns around and looks towards Tom. That one there, I'd start with that one.
For the record, we had no intention of even coming in here, demanding anything.
Softly
we-
folds the hands, stands up. Commander Ranglar Uku, thank you for your most loyal work. I am humbly appreciative of this. Thank you for bringing these individuals here to speak their tales and their truth. See the commander looking up. Sidesteps. Slowly shifts over, moves back side, off the runner. Who will speak for you? All.
I shall speak, and if I have anything I need to ask my friends, they can help me. But I will represent our
And
group.
who speaks in representation?
I am Varus Willow, the heir to House Willow, and I was aboard the Striker whenever the attacks happened.
Approach. Sir Willow.
Approached the throne.
Sits back down on the throne. Speak your truth.
So we were aboard the Striker, heading. I don't remember the town we were going towards.
Alathan.
Oh, we were heading to Alathan when we were suddenly attacked by a red dragon that attacked our sister ship. And as it was attacking our sister ship, we got everyone off board and escaped with our lives barely. We were stranded in the bay next to High Rock, where we traveled into, stayed for a little while, and then as we were traveling out of High Rock, we were confronted by some wolves that brought us to this frost giants frost giant camp. Well, we were told we were the chosen ones and that we were supposed to end the frost dragon Ethrin. We agreed to do it because it seemed like a good thing to do. We traveled with a group of 3 frost giants into the dragon's lair and slayed it. And then we, having no other connection to the frost giants, headed here. That is where our story ends as far as we would think you're concerned.
And it be your place, Sir Willow, to know where my concerns lie?
I don't know you that well, so I'm just going off of what is threatening Othema. That is all the information I have.
My name, Dallin. I'm Lord of the Frosthorn and the Northern Gorn Valley. I've been put in place by King Reldor Talthar and my sister, she rests in peace, was queen to Reldor Talthar. I'm quite blessed to be able to see through the lies individuals would tell me. And I can see, Sir Willow, that you tell the truth, but there are details that you are missing in your story. This red dragon is named Erithun, and this red dragon plagues the battlefield to the far south between Ithrin and Uther. I know this as we march. In 2 weeks' time, my soldiers, Fort Frostbeard, have already left months ago, but now King Reldor has put royal decree where I am to gather my paladins, and we are to march to war. Erithun attacks with purpose. And to attack a ship, seemingly in the middle of nowhere, seems rather odd, don't you say?
I would agree.
Now tell me, Sir Willow, why would Erithun attack your ship?
Well, if I had to guess, which I think I would know, is because of this chosen one Manticore that we don't really know a whole lot about. So,
What do you know about this chosen? What does it mean to you all?
so while we were getting to know each other, because we rarely talked on the ship, we realized that each of us have some kind of gemstone or family heirloom, however we came upon it, that coordinates with a color of a dragon. That ties us to it, I think. And it seems like our goal is to stop them. That is what I've gleamed from it so far.
To stop who?
These dragons that the stones are tied to.
And you believe this is what it means to be chosen?
Yes, as far as I can tell.
And quite curious. I do not speak to matters I do not know. I'm unfamiliar with the arcane, prophecy, divine, divination magic. But I do know divine. I do know a deity speaks and tells truth and gives purpose to one's life. Does this being chosen give you purpose?
Yes, as far as I can tell, this is what I'm supposed to do. And I want to do it to the best of my ability. And protect as many people as I can.
See, Sir Willow. House Willow. Let us introduce the rest of you. Your names. Where do you come from?
Well, I'm Zeph Donbluff. I come from Deadmore. I'm actually here looking for the Forsaken.
I see. Are you a part of a cohort?
Yeah, which I'm trying to remember the name now.
They consult your notes.
He can see right through your notes.
You can do it. You'll find them.
Scanning.
Got it.
I believe.
The Vigilant Eye, that's what it was.
Vigilant Eye. I hold the Inquisitors in high esteem. I haven't had a number of them come through for many years. Seems your eternal fight with the undead continues, and you are here searching for more Forsaken.
Yes, I've been told that there's a number of them down by Fort Freen.
Get to this. For now, introductions are needed. A
Yeah.
relationship to build. Welcome.
I think that's y'all's turn.
Maldor.
Let's speak.
I am Maldo Gentile, commander of the Fists of Helm of the Astral Sea and sworn enemy of the Devoured.
That is quite a title.
Well, I'm no lord.
How did you come here in the prime material plane from the Astral Sea?
That is a question I would much like the answer to. The best I can offer is in the midst of a great battle among powers beyond my kin. I crashed through the gates and fell to this place.
That must be to happen. There is great magic at play. Perhaps there is purpose that is yet to be told to you by Helm.
It is my hope.
If I remember correctly from my studies, normally you are given an avatar or someone to help guide you.
Indeed, but I have been unable to communicate with her since reaching this place.
The Suntree Cathedral, below its structure, contains sundials. They are directly connected to Palos Domain, but they may be used to connect you to Hell. Perhaps you can seek answers there. Suntree will be no help to you. As it once spoke before, it does not now.
I understand. Thank you for this information.
You are welcome.
Tegan or
Oh.
Tom.
My name is Tegan Reynard, and your intuition and/or spells will tell you that I am not aware of any home that I have.
I thought your
And I
name
am
was Tom.
Thanos.
I lied to your general. I apologize.
Apologizing for lying. Tegan, approach. See as the Lord grabs the great sword, drags it upon the floor, then sheaths it back. Down. I see in your eyes. They are eyes that have seen many things. You do not have a home. It seems you will find a home with those around you. But I must warn you, Tegan, lies will not be tolerated. When you are dealing with me, or any of my soldiers, guard, or paladins. Lies will get you nowhere in life or the next. Are we clear?
Understood, my grace.
Last but not least,
The one in
I
the
am
back.
Thanos.
Thanos.
That is correct.
Where do you come from, Thanos?
I do not wish to lie to you. However, if I told you the truth, this interaction may be tainted, and I do not wish that for my friends here.
This interaction may be tainted by what? You speak in riddles. I don't like riddles.
Let's get. I knew I should have hidden the shadows. Thanos is going to go ahead and take his cloak off to kind of, now that we've walked through the city for so long, reveal the patchy and smoky skin. I'm from the Marshes of Unveiling.
I see. You are from the marshes.
Correct.
She's the great sword, leans, sits down. Do you want to explain to me, Thanos, of the Marshes of Unveiling, what you do there?
I hunt and track down Fae for Orisovus, or I did until I was no longer under the illusions of their power.
This is a story. Seems true, as far as I can tell. Are you here to kill me?
I have no ill will towards you or anyone in this room. Except for maybe Varys here, because he happens to like his light a little too much, but
There's not much that I know of the marshes of Bailey. Sent patrols and soldiers into there from Fort Farragut. They have not come out alive. And if they do, they are traumatized beyond belief and unable to speak without speaking cryptic, vague answers. Done a great number of treatments to try to help them that they possess, but we are unable. Darkness and shroud nourishes them. If this is the same magic that you are influenced over, I am sorry for you and what you've experienced. I would employ the rest of your friends to keep a watchful eye over Thanos. You do not know how quickly evil may overtake someone, what acts they can commit when they are commanded. Now that
He's
our
only been-
introductions are in order, speak.
I was gonna say he's only been trustworthy so far, and he's done right by us. So feel like
I would not
he's
imagine that a noble such as
earned a little
yourself,
bit of
Sir
grace.
Willow, would be in the company of an individual if they were not, nor with the holiest of celestials that fight for Helm's domain, nor someone of the vigilant Denmark Kingdom, nor would someone without a home be entrusted to someone that would easily just kill them. I've lived a great number of years, and I have many experiences. In my life, I have learned to be just as also as compassionate, patient with my subjects. But you all are not my subjects. You've come to me from, it seems, a variety of places. You found yourself together over a common cause. Something chosen, stoked. Something that seems to compel you to slay dragons. So, I will forecast what may lie ahead of you on the road of your journey. In addition, as if you see fit, I have a task that you could accomplish so I can see the true worth of your value, and perhaps you may come to an arrangement of reward, not just in coin, but a reward that will go farther, my good graces. The first of these forecasts is to the war. As Commander Renglar Uku would attest, Erithun is a plague. Erithun has laid Uther in desolation. It has destroyed the region. The once great city of Chandronar and its provinces of jungles, and even its wizarding school of Zumfir, have been destroyed, toppled down, burnt, scorched. Melandar, now, in the presence of the kingdom of Arthuria, quickly made haste to speak to those representative of the houses of Elyon. Pulled forth Temerian soldiers and warships. Althars marched their soldiers. Paladins, Justicars as well. They call upon many in the band of the kingdom. Farmers, conscripts, Beesmar, traders and merchants, everyone that you can think of is being called to fight. Pressing matter. Over the last 8 years, the war has come to no real decider. In fact, we are losing. As I have stated, Commander Renglar Uku can attest to this. Their regiment was attacked by Erithun and destroyed. Renglar lost all soldiers. They themselves nearly died. If not for the healers in Glenlaw as well as the monks, Commander would not be here. I brought them here, not only to make restitution for themselves and heal their wounds, but also for their command. They have done well in grabbing a number of soldiers to train for Frostbeard, continuously march them south. Correct banner has been created. What this means for all of you is if you slay dragons, is that you will have to slay Erethu. I'm not sure if you understand the sheer might this dragon seems to possess, or how it attacks. Smog and the black clouds fruit out Mount Dreamar and the Isle of Beer, shroud its flight. Comes down from the battlefield, on top of the battlefield, with sheer velocity and might, breathes fire of blue light. Incinerates all that within its breath. There's another dragon that has been spotted. A green dragon. This one attacks in the bay. Primarily plagues Temerian warships. Comes from underneath. Not for the houses of Elion and Glenlaw mages. Temerian warships destroyed. But their cannons, their magic, are able to fight back. Even though no dent, no laceration, no strike can be dealt to these dragons. You find yourselves traveling south. I would hope you connect. Lady Sindar Elena.
Mhm.
They preside over Mirren, Council of Sorts, in the city of Melandar. Speak.
So this war, we've heard bits and pieces. You are at war with dragons or something in addition to that?
It is of my knowledge that dragons cannot easily be commanded, nor would they do something like this. I believe there is a master of sorts that commands them, puts them to task. Primarily war is fought against monstrous creatures, fire giants, under the banner of Warsong. Goblinoids refer to themselves as Vodir. And they are Orbis creatures. Many tentacles.
And you spoke of a Lady Sindar Elena?
That is correct. Lady Sindar Elena presides in Mirren over a council in the large and grand city of Melandar, within the
Where's
region of
that?
Athrena. I will ping it for you on the continent map.
Sounds as though
Very
she's
kind
Oh,
of you,
she's
my
way
lord.
down there.
You're welcome.
That's very kind of you, my grace.
You are very welcome.
Interesting.
Oh,
No omnipotence, but
Well,
exceeds you.
I am making a note of that because we definitely want to talk to her.
Quickly make your notes before I go on to the second forecast.
Yeah, because that's the lady from
It is
the
partly cloudy with a 70% chance to rain.
because
dragons.
just to clarify, just to make sure I'm not crisscrossing my notes here. That was the same lady we came across in that
in the dream thing.
that dream
Yes.
vision, whatever you want to call it, whatever it was.
Correct.
Where, yeah, with the little lad.
Who was saving Damodar from the Talthars, who are now telling us that she presides over a council. A long time later, presumably, that works
Well,
alongside the Talthars.
we don't really know if the Talthars were. We don't know where in the timeline that is,
Right. Yeah, the presumption is that it was a long time ago, if that was indeed Damodar.
but it could be the future.
This could happen in the future, and he could go back to the past.
That's true. He could have time traveled.
Anywho,
Timey-wimey. It's a good thing we have a chronology wizard.
Stop doing that.
Do you have any questions about this war that wish to be answered?
how long has it been going?
It's been going on for 8 years, after Chandronar was attacked and destroyed. We believe that the Wizarding Keep on the Isle of Bir was overtaken, attacked as well, but they are sovereign. Kingdom of Arthuria has no place.
And so, I think I might have missed this, but who's the war against?
War is against monstrous creatures, apparently whatever could command dragons. Beyond that, we do not
Out
know.
of character. Yeah, out of character. He just told us that they know somebody's pulling the strings, but they don't know who.
They don't.
We
Okay.
technically do. I just decided that I don't know that Maldor would offer that up at the moment.
They don't know. They've never seen. Obviously there's commanders in Vodir, right? That command. There's clearly fire giants. There's commanders there, and there might be mages in their mix there from the Wizarding Keep. Who knows if they're turncoat type situation, but there is nobody directly coming outright and creating some sort of manifesto for what they're doing.
How's the war going for y'all?
You said
As
they're
I've
losing.
stated,
Yeah, they're
Very
losing.
I'm
Terrible.
sorry, I must have missed a lot. I'm sorry.
we are losing. If not for the Temerian cannons, these warships, these arcane cannons, we would.
Oh, okay.
It's
I'm
all
sorry. I
territory.
didn't connect the dots.
Divine magic
lord,
only goes so
I-
far to protect our soldiers. What?
I will say, whatever. If you do believe what we've told you, we do have the ability to slay these dragon generals, if you will. That is protected by this magic, but it takes time. We must acquire more resources involving our stones given to us in order to break whatever protection is around them before we're able to kill them. And I, by all means, do not mean to express my will upon someone higher than my own status, but it might be in the best interest of your soldiers to stick to these beast races that they are controlling, because they are, unlike their generals, vulnerable to damage.
Of course, we cannot stand against the might of great Elder Worm. Erathun is nearly 160 feet long. It's a dragon that is able to crumple cities. It has always plagued, for these 8 years, I've always wondered why it just simply did not attack Beelder, Landor. Instead, it makes presence on the battlefield every so often, and strikes lethal, devastating blows against regiments.
DM question. Does any of us have a redstone?
Lucar.
Oh, okay. Alright.
I think he's also the only one, well, him and Thanos, I think, that hasn't tried to communicate with it.
I heard from
Yeah.
your speaking, Tegan, you said general.
Yes, you and I are both in the same thinking that someone is pulling the strings, protecting these dragons. I just used a common term that anyone would use.
And you would tell me, if you knew of such person.
We think we might have a theory.
I think
But-
what he means is, from a tactical perspective, the dragons we have seen ourselves, before we are able to defeat their defenses, are completely invulnerable. It would be, even if you could stand their might, it would be a waste of time to even attack them. It may be better to focus your resources on diversion and defense.
And there's something else that I forgot to mention. When we were heading to Othema, we were all pulled into like a dream or a vision uh where we saw Talthar soldiers attacking something. Uh, this woman and a boy. The woman was Lady Sindar. That's why we were shocked to hear her name. But we don't know who the boy is. But when we were fighting the white dragon,
We're just telling her everything.
Oh, yeah, we're just giving
Yeah.
all the.
we
You elected
Ran in-
Varys to speak. It's all on you.
no one said anything. When we fought the white dragon, someone showed up trying to stop us. A very powerful mage, one of the most powerful mages I've ever seen in my life.
Then how did
And
you
was
survive this?
Another powerful mage showed up to defend us. We didn't. I actually don't remember. Did we get the name of the enemy mage? I can't remember his name.
Damodar.
Damodar.
Oh, it's Damodar.
Yeah.
He was named Damodar. Said that someone ruined his life, but we were protected by another mage named Magello. But that he couldn't tell us much because problems with the way that time works. And having a little knowledge in time magic myself, the reason why he couldn't tell us much is that it was either someone from the future coming back or the past trying to change the future. But that's all I really know.
So, Will, I will stop you here. I am not versed in divination magic. I have no idea how this and what you're communicating to me works. There is a name that you have referenced, two of which I understand. Damodar is a name chanted by the Vodir, some sort of champion. You're stating that this one might be the strings. Then perhaps we have a name to what commands these dragons. I have not heard of such thing, person before. Its name is unfamiliar to me. The other name of Magellan is someone that I have personally met, and I do know. They are the head magistrate to King Reldor Talthar, People's Palace of the Elder. Coming to your aid. It's quite strange, but after meeting them, they are a strange, very odd individual. I will send a message. Looks over to the delegates. We'll send a message to Magello, letting him know that you're safe and arriving in Othema. If there's any protection that they offer to you, perhaps they would want to know that. See, one of the delegates slowly stand up, side doors. I will pretend for your great, for you, I should say, to not have heard what you have spoken about in this vision that ever occurred to you. Speaking of Lady Sindar Elena and this village, it all seems very nonsensical. And be it a vision, be it something that was real. For all of your sakes, I will pretend I did not hear this. I feel like this would be better in our relationship. Because if what you are telling me is true, and this is real, the past, present, or the future, then the very reason why we have Temerian soldiers on the shores of Arthuria fighting in this conflict is Lady Sindar Elena was the one to coordinate such forces from the houses of Elyar. Might be very someone that cannot be trusted. Am I clear in the statement?
Yes, my lord.
We will
I'm
not
sure
speak
we
of
know
this.
not of what you speak.
We will not speak of this again.
Yes, sir.
Onwards. There are 2 other forecasts I will provide to you. I'll make them brief. Clan Gilgal, the dwarven clan, has overthrown Clan Drawrill, who was democratically elected to preside over the Eluda throne, and Ismar. This election happens every 6 years. In exchange for first rights to trade with the Kingdom of Arthuria, they must provide protection to the Ismarian farmers and people against centaurs and orcs and other monstrous creatures that plague that region. I received the body parts of Clan Drawrill. Intentions are clear. In addition to them overthrowing and taking over Ismar, there is a silver dragon that has been spotted and has destroyed all other dwarven cities, besides that of Clan Gilgal, Ravshur. Dolnir is only the last. My scouts, particularly Rudikar I've employed for espionage, have spotted the silver dragon landing and residing within Eluda. It is clear to me that Clan Gilgal and this dragon are allied in nefarious purposes and tasks. I hope that all those dwarfs that have been slain are found in whatever home the deity's domain rest in their souls. We will do what we
My
can
lord.
for Clan Alderus. What? Speak.
These dragons have not shown any alignment towards civilized humanoid races. I was just wondering if your reports had seen the same lightning that has been protecting these dragons on the silver dragon.
There is something of sorts been reported. Colorations of purple and pink. Silver Dragon was ruthless, brutal. Many of the individuals I've seen in public court speaking about it, the survivors that have gotten great looks and accounts, have stated that this Silver Dragon is mournful. That it weeps as it destroys. I am unfamiliar with dragons. Like I said, I know very little, and I do not speak to things I do not know. There is goodness in everything. That's what's there. You are to make your way towards this dragon, then Eluda is where you need to go. But be mindful, Clan Gilgal controls the region. If I have soldiers in Fort Flatminer I do not know, that is up to Commander Remar Luna to keep track of in Fort Farron. They have pressing matters, which gets to my last forecast. There is an undead horde that attacks Fort Farron. Mindless creatures that seem to come from the marshes of Unveiling with the fog. They march through the small wood, and they attack. They have yet to actually come through and break the walls of the fort, as they are mindless and do not have the equipment or necessities to lay a proper siege. They attack randomly, it seems. But their attacks have increased as of late. And I fear that the great sheer numbers of them and the amounts they are attacking will eventually overthrow the fort. They are a vital position as they sit upon a crossroads. Fort Farron is to fall, then we will lose any connection with the rest of Gorn Valley, and potentially that of the Gorn Pass that leads into Ismar. My scouts report that there is someone pulling the strings of this horde, or something. They do not know what it is. They speak in riddles, these vague, horrendous memories of trauma. All that I can figure out is that, in relation to what we are speaking about, is that there was a black dragon. Your purpose is to slay dragons. And it seems that these dragons are doing all sorts of things commanded. Then I have to speculate that even this black dragon could be at the very least commanded. Are there any questions?
You mentioned that you had a task for us.
I did. Yes. As Lord, and as of your great service of slaying the White Dragon, I will give you a proper reward in coin for the services rendered. In addition to this, the last several months, I have had disappearances in this city. They've mainly been passerbys, merchants, travelers, adventurers. Commander Wrangler Uku has fronted this investigation. But we are in the process of training soldiers, and it is difficult to keep track, especially they do not reside here. Through our investigations, however, we have concluded that the scenes have been left clean, and that no suspects can be drawn from them. 6 days ago, not 7, it's unclear. The last I've made court with them, Randall Gurn, lesser noble from Bielda, the People's Palace. They have gone missing. This is the first time a citizen of this city has gone missing, and a noble nonetheless. I can barely keep the peace between common and noble within the city. Commoners upset that we're destroying their homes and putting more paladins' estates in. Nobles upset that they can't build an estate closer to the Sun Tree and prosper over the divine light of Pelor. Now with this, I'm to march soldiers. Banner. Can't leave a city in such disarray. If you are to figure out what is happening to these disappearances, what has happened to Randall Gurn, then I will give you, in addition to coin, the slaying of the White Dragon, I will give you my good graces as Lord. This is something that is very valuable, something that not many receive, be the good graces of a Lord. Help you tenfold in your quest. As Commander Wrangler Uku can attest to, looking back on the rest of the disappearances will lead you nowhere. As it happened such a long time ago, and, well, the scenes are clean. The passerbys, they don't live here. But Randall Gurn, as a man on the south side of the Nobles District, nearby the Holy, boarded up the manor. Done a quick investigation. We found nothing. Perhaps all of you can find something.
My lord, I believe that my friends and I would have no problem taking care of this task for you. I will ask your opinion on current affairs. Do you believe the status of the fort to be a more pressing matter than this? Or do you believe this to be more important to you?
I believe the disappearances have gone on long enough, and it's something that can easily be handled. Why my commander cannot figure it out is beyond me. What'd you say? No, another. Lord Farron being attacked by undead has happened as well for equally, if not more, amount of time. But to solve that, and to stop the undead horde from attacking, it's a task that I could not fathom how long that would take. The choice is up to you. Which one you decide to take paramount in, but importance. I cannot. It's your opinion, obviously.
As you should graciously offer us access to your sundials that happily look into these disappearances for you. We are able to stop them. We will do what we can.
You've been nothing but generous to us, so doing something for you seems like an easy thing.
All right, then.
Guys,
It has been decided.
And besides, we were probably going to be here for a while, so might as well do some good while we're here at Oz too.
Wonderful. Begins to mention a name over to one of the delegates as they bow the head. Calls for orders, essentially documents, to give you some authority in investigation to this matter. That particular figure begins to leave, going different doors inside. I will give you decrees, orders that will give you some authority in acting in this investigation. You will report your findings to Commander Rengla Uku at Fort Frostbeard, and they will take you over to where Randall Gurn's manor is. You do not know its location. You can start on this investigation when you feel it is proper. Are we agreed then?
Well. Seriously?
Yes.
Good.
Sounds good.
And in the meantime, while you are investigating this matter, I will figure out a proper reward for you for slaying of the White Dragon. Are there any questions you have for me before we depart?
None for the moment.
None? Commander Regla Uku. Please take him to Randall Gurn's manor. See the delegate come out, begin to hand pieces of paper to each of you. Just a flat signature of the Lord on each one at the bottom, stamped with sigil as well, kind of rolled up, right? So you're kind of peeking through some of the folds to see the signature. Very simple royal decree. It seems to be just wrote very quickly and haphazardly by the delegates here, by the officials, handed towards you. Each of you get a copy of this. Gives you kind of authority. Not necessarily as a guard, but you're on the same scope. If you need to ask questions, you can always want to get to places maybe you wouldn't otherwise be able to get to. Commander Wrangler Uku is grunting, a little bit of frustration. The horse moves, gets on the back of Patricia. Begins to slowly begin to ride off.
I wonder if he would get upset if I hopped on the horse with him.
With that, go ahead and conclude the Grand Hall as you all begin to leave. Go ahead and put us back onto the city map.
That was a lot.
It's a lot. Down below it, bro. So I'll go ahead and out of character, right? Shorthand some of this stuff because it's probably in your mind. Just kind of out of character, talk a little bit about precedents. So none of what the Lord said about the Ismar region was a great pressing thing. There was no real time associated with that. It just seems like it's something that happened, and then over time, right? There's just nothing anybody's done about it. Nothing anybody can do about it. So it's unclear about time frame of that all. And it sounded based on what the Lord was saying is that it's not an entirely pressing matter. Not until Clan Gilgal decides to make another move. It's just nothing they can do. They can only help the refugees. They can only provide aid to what they can do. And
Basically, it's going to happen regardless, just if you happen to step in.
exactly. These things have already happened, right? And what's the next step? What is Clan Gilgal going to do? That's something that they don't know. Lord Thalanfalor is concerned about that, it seemed. Passive insight, but there's more pressing matters. That came to the fort fair. That seemed to be very pressing to them. If that fort is taken or destroyed, that's the crossroads. Right? You can't march soldiers, you can't march the paladins down if the fort's gone. Because then he's got to deal with that. And he can't leave here if that is something that's happened readily. The war situation, that's so far away. That's so low on the totem pole. How do we even start with that? That's just like, what?
That is on the bottom part of the continent.
That's part of, yeah, that's gonna, yeah. And that, but what was key from the conversation, the reason why it was something that was relevant was you brought up dragons, right? So the Lord thought that was something you need to know if your quest is something related to dragons, right? That is 2 dragons at play with this. And then also the drop of the name was pretty interesting, I think, to you all. So that was something that was...
Oh, what, the Damodar?
Lady.
A Sindar Elena.
Oh, that, yeah.
Lady Sindar Elena. Yeah, probably boggling your brain about what the heck. Are you serious right now? So that kind of gets you...
I'm so glad I wrote that name down.
Yeah, gets the juices flowing. So it really comes down to the disappearances. It seems like that has been going on for a long time, and they haven't been able to figure out exactly what is going on. And it's created a lot of tension. This place is a holy city. It's a noble city. Normally, it's supposed to be somewhere that is kind of a sanctuary or safe haven for pilgrims and whatnot. And now people are going missing. That's a big deal. And be it the fort, something more, that's up to you. That's your opinion, what you want to take precedence with. The Lord didn't have any real say in it either. It's just kind of stating that this could get you in good graces and it's something to do in addition to what it seems your quest is. So, pretty much it. I'll be typing a lore posting on that stuff too, so you don't have to. It is a lot.
We learned a lot more about this world than we knew before.
Right. As we're wandering out, Maldor will mutter under his breath to everyone, not on a horse. So the magic lord who can't be lied to installed a warlock who was sacrificing people as the leader of High Rock. I just keep walking. No real decision from that, just an observation.
Yeah, that is interesting.
So we're getting back into the city here. So I'm just going to continue our ambiance.
Yeah, question.
Go for it.
Just to confirm, the Druids is sort of basically like just the common housing.
Yep.
Okay.
Commoners and other sorts of folk. I mean, the military district, and the reason why it's labeled that way is not just for the fort, but there's housing for soldiers and barracks. Is something that was something that could have been caught on. Was there is a separation between the nobles and paladins, right? That kind of fight under the banner of the Lord, and conscripted soldiers that they're pulling from different regions. And so that's why Wrangler Uku is here. Not only to heal wounds and the battlefield, but also that they're an excellent commander in training soldiers. And so that they're put in this position to essentially gather up Ismarian farmers, Northern Gorn Valley farmers, right? Is to train them and to kind of have a place that they can train. And so you have a little bit of separation of how the soldiers are, marching and interworking. But yeah, the drift is just a large amount of Eastern LA housing. It seems like just jocked together and smashed, and buildings over top of each other. And given the region and the conditions, with the harshness of the temperature and the environment, it only helps them, the people live here. Given that they don't, the homes are heating the other homes type situation. All right. So we get to Randall Gurn's Manor. So don't have to go in there or do anything about it yet, but something that Commander Wrangler Uku is wanting to take you there, because that is to show you where exactly it's at on the map. So it's right here. Take a look on the map. It's a 2-story manor, it seems like. It's also been newly renovated. There's small thickets of shrubbery outerior that separates the actual sidewalk and the siding of the housing here. This nice tan, slightly gray brick kind of forms about the actual walls. There's windows. The windows themselves are boarded up. The door itself is boarded up. The door faces on the western side. On the eastern side, you can hear construction. There's particular individuals with wagons and carts and also hoists and things who are actually bulldozing and rebuilding a building on the other side to make it larger and essentially more grand. Just from the look of the building, the stairs leading up to the door about 3 to 4 feet, nothing from quick glance or perspective really tells you anything about. It just seems like it's a building that's been boarded up. Slight sign that's posted up on there, just kind of keep away, but nothing else about it. Commander doesn't say anything. Just rides up to the house, points to it. Puts the horse all the way around. Fucking need anything, you come find me. I'll be at Fort Frostbeard. It's the horse and just rides off, leaving you there.
I miss him already.
I think he likes us.
How can you tell?
He didn't hit anybody.
Is that how that works?
Guy's got balls. Call the Lord an asshole to his face.
Wait,
I think it's a little weird, though, that he was the lone survivor of a dragon attack. That does not seem...
anything can happen, but I mean, there's a lot of people. Dragons can't hit every single person.
He does look rather fucked up.
Lone survivor?
We're the survivors of a dragon attack.
Yes. One that was 500 meters away from us, eating innocent people as we sailed away.
No, well then that
This
makes
was the
2 dragon
lone
attacks.
survivor.
Remember, Pelu's manor got destroyed by
Yeah,
a
by
dragon.
that reckoning, we also can't trust Pelu. Or the Growling.
This is an immortal dragon. They don't just leave one person.
I mean, if they're distracted, they might.
I mean, if you kill 5,000 people, it's possible to miss one. This thing's, what did I say, 160 feet long or 100 and...
Twice as long
120.
as Ethrin.
And to be
Wait,
clear,
that, how much?
Twice
Yeah,
as,
he was-
it's twice as long as Ether.
Oh,
It's
God.
it's what literally crumples cities. That's what the Lord said. Like, it's literally just fly in here and land on the
Yeah,
city and destroy
but-
everything.
It just didn't connect until you said twice as large as E.
Well,
Yeah.
if
But yeah,
it's tap
the-
dancing
but-
on ants, you might miss one.
and to be clear regarding the commander, I don't think any of us is suggesting we don't look into him. We're just tossing out that it's not out of the realm of possibility. He's just survived.
Yeah. So do we go and y'all want to go and investigate this house? See what we can find?
I mean,
Personally, I would very much like to go to the cathedral before we get into
my first suggestion was going to be actually finding an inn or something, because we're obviously going to be here for at least a few days.
Is there any inns in the Noble area?
Mr. High Roller over here.
High Squire.
I know, right?
You passed
We
by him,
have-
Are
right?
you paying for all of our rooms?
1,000 gold.
Yeah, and it won't last long. We just go for automatically the most expensive place we can find.
Fine. If y'all want to stay in the drift, we can
I
stay
mean,
in the
we can.
drift.
We
His
can
Royal
still
Highness
have-
has been sleeping on the ground for like 2 weeks. He's ready for some
bed.
plush.
A nice bed.
I mean, we can still ask, I suppose, but I'm just saying.
It would be convenient since we have to come do a thing right over here.
Right here, yeah. To end our days here.
But then the
That is-
merchant
that's
district
so
is so
true.
far
That's-
away.
That's true, and we do want to go over there for sure.
But the Holy District is right there.
I mean, we can.
I mean,
we
that's
can
Why
kind
get
don't
of
we try to
there.
stay in the Holy District right in the middle of everything?
So, is there like
I don't
a?
think there's any inns in the Holy District.
Yeah, is
There
there
is.
like a
There's
a
Zealous
guard or
Flagon.
somebody?
Oh, there is?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we can stay in the Holy District then and just be in the center of everything.
Just 3 tablets.
Thanks, Aldo.
on this map.
Yeah, I missed that one.
Yeah, can a guard point us to a good inn in either this district or the Holy District?
Yeah, I mean, you're able to kind of approach a guard maybe patrolling by. They're able to point over towards the High Squire. The High Squire is here. It does note that the High Squire actually has a not an open door policy. You have to be either a noble or someone that is in a noble or someone that is put. What's the phrasing? Oh, it's a scheme. Under I would just say under the banner of the Lord. There's this particular term. It's this tutelage or steward of the Lord, right? So someone that has not necessarily pledged themselves to the Lord, but they're working for the Lord, which constitutes you all.
Okay, I'll rephrase
So
your
Varys
question
is
to the
probably the
guard.
only one
Someone
who
who
get let in.
just got into town but has money could stay in these.
But stop! Don't tell people.
Technically,
you have money.
aren't we stewards
Why
of the
would you-
Lord right now? We're literally
We
doing his
are.
official business.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we are.
He said
it
I'm
applies
also
to
a
us.
noble.
I mean,
so
all
it's
we
fine.
have is a right saying that it's okay for us to go around asking questions.
And then speaks about the Zealous Flagon. The Zealous Flagon is here. Something to note, the High Squire actually has limited rooms. It's mainly for maybe emissaries and whatnot that don't have a room within the keep or a place here in the States, and they're staying with relatives and or friends or acquaintances, right? So they have to stay within the tavern. So more regal rooms, just less. And then the Zealous Flagon has much more rooms, and they're really dedicated to individuals making pilgrimage towards the sanctuary that need a place to stay. It's definitely a higher class place than the Drift Mountainside Tavern, which is very unruly and kind of a larger place. But has good drinks, has good food. Kind of like a bed and breakfast.
Might try there.
It doesn't matter.
Anywhere away from the paladins.
I mean, I wouldn't be against the High Squire. It just doesn't sound like there's a high chance they would get in.
It says
So.
that we literally can't get in.
We could.
I have a strong distrust for people who think titles carry weight.
Excuse me.
You are the lightest among us, boy.
All right then.
I mean, no disrespect, but I just
No,
from
the
world
disrespect
experience
is
over
just implied. It's fine.
over inbred
mean-
experience.
To be clear, I mean,
He means
titles,
he thinks you're a pussy.
I mean, titles do have weight. It's just how you got those titles that matters, I think.
That's fair.
I think we're debating the wrong thing. Where are we sleeping tonight?
right. That's the issue.
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
seems like you're all
we
getting
can-
sidetracked right now.
What? We never.
You just
Where
took
we-
a
where are we
fucking
going?
shot at me.
What
and
about
it's
that?
fine.
Bro,
I mean,
crap.
craftsmanship.
Sure, why not? Why not try
Let's
shooting
go.
high and try the high squire just to see?
I mean, or we can just stay in the Zealous one, be in the center of the city, depending
either
on where we
way.
need to go.
Can I offer a third option of the Stormy Inn? It was quite nice last time I was in town.
Oh God.
Where's that?
Speaking
Wait,
of the last
no,
time
that's
you were in
way-
town,
that is
you've-
way
you've
on
been-
the east.
You've been very shady since we got here. Is
Yeah.
there something we need to know to be on the lookout for? Have you made enemies?
You do realize that this is a holy city, and I am partially responsible for the undead horde. Maybe
Not
a minor
everyone
portion.
rate this, dude. Like,
But
calm
what's-
down.
What's really interesting though is that you told the Lord straight up, and he didn't seem to mind.
It seemed like if I didn't tell him, you were going to tell him anyway. So
Yes, you were very forthcoming.
That's fair. I'm surprised you didn't tell him what your favorite color was.
Right.
I did, but that was telepathically, so you wouldn't have known.
Yeah, we don't
No,
even
not
know what
to-
he might have been telling.
Tell us flagon.
Going to the Zealous Flagon.
Yeah, let's do
Sounds
it.
like.
No, I mean, if y'all don't want me to give up information next time,
Don't let
We
you
should-
talk.
yeah, probably. I'm a pretty trusting person in most situations.
yeah, we'll work on that. Don't worry.
All right.
So, a tavern built in the Holy District nearby the Sun Tree Cathedral. Its clients are those with some coin, not a whole lot, and those making pilgrimage to the Sun Tree. It's a two-story brick, stone, and inner wooden structure with large circular glazed and metal-edged windows. Outside, two covered areas serve as slight stabling for horses. You notice there was a stables upon entry from the main gate. There's also stables here on the Holy District, and so this is maybe main for like people passing through that need to put their horse and stow it away for a little. On the west side is a cobbled path that seems to work its way to a covered area for chopping wood. A side entrance is met by a 3-foot stone staircase. The main entrance is on the southern side and is met by a similar staircase. This is the main entrance here. It leads into a protrusion of the structure that faces the city's cobbled streets.
As
Does
we're
it
walking
look like
in,
an empty table?
Maldor's gonna grab Varys by the shoulder and be like,
Yeah,
"You
there's
have
not
my
a big one right
respect.
there.
You have my respect, but understand that you earned it. You were not born with it. That carries far more weight in my book."
Yes. I just, the whole title thing is a touchy subject.
So, coming inside, shelves and art decorate before dividing you into a split dining room, separated by a staircase that ascends to the second floor, 11 feet above, and a bathroom with a lavish wooden door and metal handle. On the east side, two fireplaces and tables with plush chairs scatter. The colorations of green and white are apparent. On the west side, a bar works its way to section off the kitchen and side entrance. In the corner of this side is a sunken den with a larger table for groups or parties, which is currently empty. Brick stone pillars with brass candle holders dance flame. The second floor has common rooms and suites of abundance, both of which are expensive in terms of the Stormy Inn, but they're well accommodated. Each room has its own bathroom, its own tub. Make your own bath within your own room. You have a nice queen size mattress, wardrobe, chest, some artwork. There's windows that faces outwards, so yeah, it's not bad. It's a bit quiet in here, it's very quiet. People are just having whispered conversations. It seems it's lunchtime, so they're eating some food and other things, and not really anybody is, let's just say, excited folks here. It's very casual.
I am picturing us walking into this place. Everybody's having lunch, and then in comes us.
Hey, this table looks open.
Varys walks up to the nearest person. Did you know we killed a dragon?
I feel like it's something we should brag about, honestly. I don't know what you...
Those two figures here at the bar counter, one of which is a halfling with shorter, wavy, kind of blondish hair and brown eyes, suspenders, as well as an apron over top. Beyond that, white, nice blouse. It's a little bit bloodied on the sleeves and shoulders. They're kind of getting cleaned up current. So they seem to have butchered some sort of animal, cooked it and whatnot. The other individual seems to be a shorter human with light complexion, blue eyes, brown straight hair, wears a green and white silk tunic tucked in darkened green leather trousers, and white loafers with golden trinkets. They wear many rings of gold and silver on the hands, along with circlets about the wrists. Halfling immediately sees you, stands up on some sort of a stand, right, to get a little bit higher up than the bar. So they're actually shorter than the bar. Stands upon it. How can I help you?
Hi, me and my friends just got in town. We were hoping you might have some rooms.
Looking for rooms. Eh?
Mm-hmm.
How many?
6, I believe.
6 rooms?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How many nights?
I'm going to take a wild guess. Let's just say a week. It might be less, but I think that's a solid first guess.
A week? Calculate this here for you. All right, there'll be 84 gold.
All right. I will pay 84 gold.
All right. Drinks and food are also included on the price. You don't have to worry about paying for your stuff. Get a room here. In addition, make you some baths for the nights if you want. Got some oils and scents and perfumes. Get you some fresh sheets too. Make sure you're well taken care of. Zill's flag. My name's Stuart.
Perfect.
I'll yell over to Tegan and be like, "Does he have a special?"
You gonna give me a name?
I'm Zeph.
Zeph. All right. Pulls out a ledger. Turns up. Gets to sign the rooms off. Gets skis out. Does certain things. Sign your name here.
Yep.
All right. Good deal. Here's your keys or your rooms. Shuffle over to you. Nice silver polished key. See a little bit of the intricate things. It's the symbol of actual Zell's flagon, which is a flagon that's split about in multiple fragments with the sun at its backdrop. It's also have some artwork on the keys, so it hands it to you in that way. All right. Well, rooms are upstairs. I chew them to you, but we're kind of busy for lunch, so fortunately. You looking for food then? Lunchtime.
Probably. We have no idea what you offer, so.
Oh, is that your friends over there?
Yep. But they're in the corner.
Odd bunch.
Yep.
Y'all here to see the sun tree?
We'll probably do that too.
Oh. What else are you doing here?
How to put it? It's a long story. I'll try and give you a summary if I think of one.
Oh. All right. Well, no worries. Yeah, for lunch, we usually always serve one meal. We don't try to diversify. We have a few chefs in the back. Quite exquisite, I might add. So we got some confit boar loin. You like that? Nice roasted
Don't know what that
potatoes. A little bit of sauteed asparagus with some garlic and red onion. A little bit of peppercorn in there. And a nice white wine sauce.
That sounds so good.
Got wine, got mead, coffee, ale. What do you want to drink?
Well, the meal for just say 6 of those. For drinks, I'll have to come back to you because I don't know what everyone else wants.
No worries. I'll make my way to the table and get your order. No, Claire's just likely busy. Oh. All right, bye. Well,
You zoomed off.
disappears into the
Can
kitchen.
I, just because this is what Tegan would do, can I just case the joint for anyone who looks especially shady? Like at the tables or anything?
Besides you.
Yeah, roll perception.
And Thanos, yeah.
Listen, don't insult Tom. You know how he gets.
17. Don't see any particularly shady in here. Seems to be another bard tickling a lute of some kind with the feet upon the table, talking to a dwarf and traveling folk of some kind. But
Only if
beyond that,
our bard played
no one's,
music.
no one's looking at you. Right?
But yeah, Maldor, don't worry about the title thing. I probably overreacted.
So, Stuart comes out, gives you your meals, takes your drink orders, whatever you would prefer to drink. Go ahead and conclude the session. It's a pretty good time for that. Your food and drink are given to you. Go ahead and get into some roleplay after the fact of what has happened with the Lord, and also maybe a little bit of disciplining to Varys as far as spilling the beans on a whole lot of information.
Hi, we just met. Here's everything I know.
Hi! You employed a sadistic demonic duke? Well, guess what? Yeah,
I was gonna say, I'm surprised the Duke wasn't mentioned.
We
I
didn't
was
tell
waiting
him we
for him.
cast the Duke.
That was the one thing that I was never gonna mention.
I think we gave him so much shit that he just forgot to ask about
Yeah.
how the town was.
Yeah,
Right.
you just gotta overload them with information.
Just didn't care.
That was the plan. Also,
Yeah.
as a
I
side
mean, he
note,
sent a damn demon there. he just didn't give a shit.
also
I-
since it's definitely possible that next session or two where we might be doing some shopping, I'm going to go ahead and grab 1,000 gold out of the treasury and put it in so I can have some on my person.
I think, I don't mean to speak for you guys, but I think we're at the point where it's like, if we see an item that someone could use, we'd probably be okay with them getting it. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
Tegan's greedy, but I'm not.
No,
The other
I
thing,
mean, if y'all don't mind me spending 2,000 gold on paper and ink, then we're all good.
Also, I'm
That's a
looking
lot
at,
of gold.
Looking at the treasury,
I'm
did we
joking.
not grab any dragon scale, or was that used in making the iron?
that was
We used
used
it
in
all.
making everything.
Right.
All our
stuff,
shit
yeah.
was used, yeah.
Yeah, we were barely able to carry enough to do all that.
Mm.
Yes,
And
there's
there's
nothing left
floating
behind.
discs, baby.
Yeah, that came in clutch.
That was a
Yeah.
that
No,
was
I
Michael
suspect
that told me about that spell. I didn't even know about
Yeah.
it.
that was a good heads up. I suspect we'll end up not. Things are going to be expensive, and like we're not going to be as wealthy as we think we are. But yeah, I mean, as things come up, obviously, if people need things.
I'm
Especially
I'm
Varys,
really
because,
hoping
like,
we can
we got
find-
all tricked out and he didn't get anything. So
yeah, like any D&D party. I really hope there's a magic shop with a bag of holding or something.
It's likely there is. I wouldn't worry about that.
Or a portable hole
You-
too. That'd be handy too.
Dude, the portable hole
You-
was the funniest things I've ever heard of. Like just
Also, remember we can make stuff too.
that's true.
Oh,
yeah.
I do have a
DM.
nifty hammer.
Hey,
Yeah.
Dan, I want to get your thought on some completely random topic. Is there any at all pro of the handy haversack versus the bag of holding?
Wait, the
I mean,
what
there-
versus the what?
I forget the full name. It's like a handy haversack. It's basically a backpack with a bunch of smaller bags of holding, but they're a lot more limited on what each individual pocket can hold.
I thought the handy haversack was just the smaller version.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
seems
like
like
it
that
didn't
way.
fit as big of a items in it is what I thought the main difference was.
The biggest difference, there is no advantages. The bag of holding is the superior bag.
Yeah.
The handy haversack is very limited, not only in the cubic feet of stuff that you can put in, the weight of the stuff, as well as the size of the stuff, because your openings in the pouches are really tiny, and so
Yeah.
the idea is that if you have a little bit of knickknack items and things, you can put them in there. The reason why the handy haversack would be used, in my opinion, versus the bag of holding, now looking at both the items and their stats, is that the handy haversack is a much smaller bag. And I know that seems kind of strange, but when you take the fact that the handy haversack is only 5 pounds and the bag of holding is 15 pounds, you have a very, if you're having a very tight, right, inventory and you need to save every poundage, that 10 pounds can make a huge difference for characters that have low strength. In addition, the handy haversack is very difficult to steal. because of its small size. So if you had a character trying to sleight of hand your bag of holding, which is equivalent of a backpack, is what it is. It's kind of it's like giant satchel or backpack kind of thing. The heavy haversack would be incredibly hard to take because you could hide it, put it inside of another regular backpack because of its size, right? You could have it like a fanny pack in the front, have it real protected. That I think is the biggest difference of the two. I don't think there's anything else because it looks like they go through the same rules of having creatures and destructions and other things in these ethereal spaces. I don't see anything in there except the fact that there's a little bit diversification of rules of the side pouches and the central pouch. Maybe dividing items up, keeping track. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a little more inventory Tetris you have to do with that one because of the size limitations and things.
Yeah, I don't.
It's like playing Tarkov.
Yeah, it is like taking Tarkov. Got a range. God, how am I supposed to get the scope in there? I need it. It's so expensive. So with that, we'll go ahead and conclude the session. So I went ahead and allowed you 1,070 experience each, put you at 20,103 experience total. If I call correctly, and that's for role play, skill checks, things like that. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. Ill-fated, everyone. Which seems like they're more ill-fated. So ill-fated. Oh.
Turning up all good right now.
Yeah.
Oh, so is this the first session where it didn't explode? Like,
that's true. Nothing exploded. Nothing bad happened. In fact, the Lord is actually a pretty good person, it seems. Give us a lot of information.
We just got in, so.
I mean, we've been here 3 hours. I'm sure something will blow up next session. I'm 100% positive something will blow up next session.
You're trying to talk it into existence, or?
Well, we will see you hopefully next week, and we'll take care. Bye, everyone.
Peace.
Bye.